I didn't run. 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 I didn't run.
Is this working? Hello, hello?
Guys.
Hey.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't used Skype in forever. Jeez. How are we done?
I think we're almost here. Layden, is that you?
One sec. Not sure why you guys can't see me, I assume, right?
Nope.
Nope.
I don't
I made
know
French
why.
toast, but I think the insides were too soft.
I don't know why
Do you
the
think I should
camera
soak the
isn't-
bread less? Or maybe baked it longer in the oven?
It looks like something's going on.
Oh, wait,
there.
actually, yeah, it looks like you have a camera on, but it's like blocked by something.
Blocking.
Yeah, but it's not. Which is... The fuck? It's very I don't know, man. It's like there's nothing blocking the camera.
I mean, we can do audio. It's not that big.
I guess it doesn't matter, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
In fact, we'll probably get a better feed if I turn that off.
are Layden and David both here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We're both here.
Okay. I'm
Cool.
just need to fix one thing here.
For Layton, is there like a little switch, like on top of the... Yeah.
On top of the what?
On top of like the webcam or something, like a little cover or something? Because it looks like it's reading something.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I haven't given Skype permissions to use my camera because there's nothing blocking it.
If you click the little up arrow next to the camera icon, you should be able to switch your camera.
Or not clicking the up arrow. I mean, like physically, like on the laptop. Is there like a thing, like a little cover?
Yeah, no, there's nothing.
Oh,
so
weird. Okay.
Seen anything like that? Yeah, it's like it looks like something's obscuring it, like one of those.
Oh wait, there we go. Wait, that's weird. Like now I can see it on my little. Like I can see myself clearly in the little box that shows it to me, but not.
Oh,
wait.
weird. Let me mute until they're ready, guys. 1 sec.
Option of switching my iPhone camera or my FaceTime HD camera, and I opted for FaceTime HD camera, and then I shut off everybody.
Did that help? I just switched. Is there? I mean, I don't. Where on Zoom it has like you can, like block you can mute your video and audio. I guess Skype doesn't have that same type of interface.
I think we should just rock into it.
It's just strange because I've done a bunch of Skype stuff not that long ago.
You can try to fuck with it while we talk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Listen, there's a reason why Zoom took over.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to do a Zoom or you can't? It's too hard to set up or something?
No, it's all good. This is fine. We don't need camera. It's all good.
Just pissed. That's annoying.
Do you want to try to leave and come back once, maybe?
That's an idea. All right. Should I like log out completely from Skype? I'm gonna quit Skype and come back, and then that's that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Good to meet you, Stephen.
Hey, good to meet you too. How you doing, Bill?
Good, man.
Oh, I turned everything on so everybody can hear everything now, so don't reveal any crazy company secrets or anything, all right?
Just in the last couple seconds we went live?
Yeah. I
Okay.
unmuted everything, yeah.
Oh, we're good. Yeah, psyched to get into this. So, yeah, kind of a teaser for Minds Fest in Austin. We're going to be getting into Twitter files with Layton and Destiny there. So we wanted to give a preview, and I'm excited to see your arguments, man.
Don't get too excited, okay?
Hey, am I on now? Everything looks normal now on my end.
Unless you are in real life a floating circle with the purple letters D and Z in them. If that's how you look in real life, then it's working fine. But otherwise, I don't think your camera's on yet.
That's such a drag because I can see all of you now, whereas I couldn't see you before.
All right, well, we are live now, so
right.
I think we're going to rip into it. So, Steven, where do you want to start, man?
I guess I'll kind of lay out broadly. This is since we're going to do this in Austin, this conversation I imagine will be a bit more casual. We don't have to dig too hard into things. But here's kind of like my broad point, and then you can kind of play off there so you can tell me where you're at. So there have been a series of leaks from Twitter under this assumption that Elon Musk came in, bought it, and Twitter is this big bad guy with these bad people that are working with the bad intelligence community. And the IC is pressuring Twitter to censor stories and censor conservatives and try to mold the media landscape in a way that's favorable to Democrats intentionally. That feels like the overall kind of broad narrative that the Twitter files is trying to push. And more specifically, when we come to the Hunter Biden stuff, I think it was the Twitter files, 7. But when all of these tweets started to go down, the idea was that the Michael Schellenberger guy was essentially saying that the intelligence community was intentionally trying to censor this Hunter Biden story before it came out. They managed to discredit it. Twitter sent him email back saying, "Job well done. We got the Hunter Biden story discredited. Good job. High fives to everybody." When I go through the actual evidence that's presented, I don't see any bombshells. I don't see any smoking guns. What I see is like a Twitter internal community that's genuinely struggling to figure out how to moderate their content. I see an intelligence community that's genuinely worried about repeating 2016. And I see everybody trying to do their best, sometimes unfortunately making missteps. I think the Hunter Biden story probably was. I think Jack admitted as much. But I just don't see like the maliciousness that it feels like Schellenberger is trying to communicate with his points. That's broadly speaking, that's kind of where I'm at. And then, yeah, you can go from there.
Cool. So, well, just to give everyone context, Layton and David, maybe you guys can just quickly introduce yourselves.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Explain people
Sure.
like, which Twitter files you worked on.
We can see you now, David, by the way.
Oh, awesome. All right. Yay. Cool.
Well, I'll start. Michael Schellenberger is my business partner. We have a publication together called Public.
Mm-hmm.
So David and I were, of course, both in the room at Twitter, but I worked closely with Michael on the Hunter Biden laptop stuff, so I could speak to that,
Mm-hmm.
as well as generally on the other threads as well. David can speak for himself, but he focused more on the COVID stuff.
Right. Yeah, I was there with Layton, Michael Schellenberger, and Li Fang. So it was the four of us while I was there. I don't know, Layton, were you there additional day? I know Schellenberger has been there many additional days. I don't know what your schedule was, but I was there for 3 days.
I was there for a little longer because I lived in the Bay Area, so I was here with Barry and Matt Taibbi and
right
as well. Yeah. Can I speak to your characterization of the Twitter files, because I don't agree with it?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so I think that I think you described well what people in the sort of the discourse, that's their perception of the Twitter files. I don't believe that that's what we argued, nor do I believe it's the way that we see it. So first of all, I don't think that those of us who are participating in this reporting were pushing a narrative in your language. I think that we were reporting on what we were seeing in the Twitter files and describing what was happening behind the scenes. Nor do I think that we were portraying people at Twitter as necessarily the villains. In some cases, yes, I think that some of some of the executives at Twitter were acting in bad faith. Specifically, Jim Baker, who's the former deputy chief counsel for the FBI, I'm sorry, chief counsel for the FBI, who became deputy chief counsel for Twitter. But there are other people, like, for example, Yoel Roth has become kind of famous because of the Twitter files, and he's often presented as this malicious actor. But I don't think that that's what our reporting showed. As a matter of fact, I think Yoel Roth is somewhat of an unsung hero in this story, because he was the one who's, like, specifically, for example, on the Hunter Biden laptop story, he was the one who said, "There's nothing here." And frequently he was, and also the same with Hamilton 68, the stuff that Taibbi recently reported on. He was the one who was saying, "There's nothing here. This is every time in the Hamilton 68 case, every time these Democrats are complaining about something that they disagree with that's in the discourse, they point to the Russians." He was saying this. So I think you're right that there was a lot of internal pushback within Twitter. I think that there was a complex dynamic happening. So, for example, within Twitter, Yoel Roth was pretty consistently pushing back against the idea of this stuff being Russian trolls, and then was being overruled by Jim Baker frequently, especially with the Hunter Biden laptop thing. So I think it's a much more complex picture of what was happening. But I think that those complexities are very important in terms of free speech.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so before we get into this too deep, let me define when I say narrative. When I say narrative, people use these words in different ways, right? Narrative is like a way to paint the entirety of kind of what's happened when I say it. So, for instance, if there was like a conspiracy to commit a crime or something, I might say like the narrative is that like this guy was poor, he was looking for money, he made plans with some friends to go and rob a bank, right? That was like the overall narrative. I don't necessarily mean to imply that narrative in and of itself is a false or bad thing. We all kind of need narratives, but things. I just want to get that out there. And then the second thing, I don't know if you I don't know if you disagree if I'm using that definition of narrative. I would say that the Twitter files absolutely pushed a incredibly malevolent narrative relating to Twitter. So for the Hunter Biden ones, so Schellenberger, I'm just quoting from 45 and 46, in the end, the FBI's influence campaign aimed at executives at news media, Twitter, and other social media companies worked. They censored and discredited the Hunter Biden laptop story. By December of 2020, Baker and his colleagues even sent a note of thanks to the FBI for its work. So note that it's never been proven in any of these files that any specific request was made about the Hunter Biden laptop, but that's like selling a pretty clear picture that like the IC is trying to come down on Twitter to censor the story, and they managed to do it. And then in the next tweet, it follows up by literally saying that the FBI's influence campaign may have been helped by the fact that it was paying Twitter millions of dollars for its staff time. I feel like that's selling a pretty malicious narrative of Twitter. Like I think most people would walk away from that and go, "Wow, the IC's paying a lot of money to Twitter to censor stories about Democrats that they don't want to get out." I think that's fair.
I think that, so first of all, I think that the FBI absolutely did have an agenda that they were pushing. I think there's plenty of evidence of that, and in the Twitter files, Twitter executives are referring to these meetings that they're having with the FBI. We had tons of emails with lists of Twitter violators, etc. We know that the FBI met with both Facebook, Meta, and Twitter to discuss this incoming Russian hoax psyop operation that was suppostly right on the brink of being dropped, and then the next week came the Hunter Biden laptop story. So yes, I think there's a clear picture that the FBI was malevolent. So before I was talking about the complexity within Twitter, I don't think that Twitter is really the villain here. I think that Twitter, it's a more complicated picture. You have to focus on who at Twitter was saying what. With it, in the case of the Hunter Biden laptop and the FBI, I think the picture that we paint accurately from the evidence is that the FBI knew that the Hunter Biden laptop story was coming. We know that the FBI knew that this New York Post story was coming because they were spying on Giuliani. They had the laptop in their possession. They knew what was on it, and they knew the story was coming. And then right before the story dropped, they went to Meta, they went to Twitter, they probably went to other platforms as well, and said, "We have reason to believe that there is a Russian disinformation campaign that's about to drop." And there's also some indication that they mentioned Hunter Biden. So then the story drops. Then shortly after the story drops, there's this that famous open letter with like 51 IC members signed on to it saying that this is all the earmarks of a Russian disinformation campaign. And we know now that there was no such Russian disinformation campaign, and the Hunter Biden laptop is real, and everything in the New York Post story was accurate.
And specific links related to the Hunter Biden laptop were requested to be taken down.
Well, yeah, pictures of Hunter Biden's.
And were taken down.
Well, yeah, but those were pictures of Hunter Biden's Johnson, right? There were requests made for stuff to be removed from Twitter, but I for every Internet Archive for a link that I tried to find for what was taken down, all of it was.
Well, the New York Post account was suspended, and for 24 hours,
careful.
You can share a link to the story.
That's a different claim, though, right? If we're talking about the censorship of the New York Post story, that's one claim. But on the other side, people, and a lot of these end up getting mixed together, and I can't tell if we're doing some CDO alchemy here, but like for the requests that the White House was making to get specific links taken down, those were like explicit images of Hunter Biden. Those are the only things that I ever saw, and I'm almost positive that those were actually only things, because I think if they would have made a request to take down a tweet that just contained some type of information or something, Schellenberger would have been reporting on that instead of just this kind of amorphous statement of some links were requested to be taken down. Every link that I was able to follow through an Internet Archive link was an explicit picture of Hunter Biden's dick, usually.
Well,
and then also, wait, can I just, I'm writing down notes as you're talking, and if you want to go back and forth, we can. I actually prefer that, but I just want to make sure I'm getting all the stuff. When we say this thing like the FBI was pushing an agenda, I understand that narrative, okay? The FBI, they're watching Giuliani. They know he's got the laptop, and they're talking to Twitter, and they're like, hold on, Twitter, we need to stop you guys from, there's Russian disinformation, and we're trying to sell this idea that the FBI knows that story's coming, they're trying to get ahead of it. But if we like take a step back, 2016 was a nightmare for social media. I believe Zuckerberg and Dorsey, I think, were both complaining a lot that we have no idea what to look out for when it comes to this type of like foreign interference. And we're having no input from the intelligence communities about how we're supposed to do any of this. There's no communication here. And going forward from 2016, especially after the Mueller investigation, especially after the indictments came out, especially when you're getting these accounts like that Tennessee GOP account on Twitter, that being a Russian account, there was way more communication between the intelligence community and Twitter. Can it be the case that they're legitimately trying to just make sure that there's not really weird stuff popping up on social media that's being spearheaded from Russia, that's being spearheaded from foreign enemies? Like, I feel like that, if we go with that narrative, the one that I'm trying to sell, I feel like that explains every single action pretty well. I don't have to find any more like weird things to explain that corroboration. The intelligence community thinks there's weird stuff coming. They give Twitter a heads up. They don't force them to remove anything. They don't make explicit demands for anything. You said something before that there's indications that they mentioned Hunter Biden. I have never seen that corroborated, sourced anywhere ever in my life. I know that it ends up in tweets. I think Schellenberger even kind of alludes to it, but I have never ever seen that produced, that there was an email or anything with a direct mention of Hunter Biden ever. The closest thing I saw to it was that there might be disinformation related to politicians and their family members, I think was the closest thing, but never a direct thing to Hunter Biden. And I don't agree with that statement that like when we're talking about the FBI meeting with Twitter and Meta to discuss Russian psyops, that's a clear picture that the FBI was acting with malevolence. I think that's kind of what we would expect our intelligence agencies to do. Like, we want them to be collaborating with other people to make sure that there's not like forward information that's being like spread across all of our social media campaigns or all of our social media platforms.
That is not the process that the FBI nor other intelligence members of the intelligence community are supposed to go through when communicating with social media companies. There's subpoenas, there's court orders, there's a typical and traditional process that has been going on. With the Twitter files, we see little huge CSV files, just like, okay, hey, casual email, can you go through all these accounts and in all these tweets and take them down? Like, that is unprecedented. That is not how a relationship between social media companies and the government is supposed to be happening.
Yeah, I mean, like when you say that's not the process, this is a new process. But every year, something new is happening, right?
No one knew about this process, but no one was told about this process. There was entire portals created, and David can possibly speak to this with regard to COVID, where a full app was essentially created for the government to do takedown requests. But
when we say nobody knew about this process, I don't know if we know every single thing that all the intelligence communities are doing, but like, for instance, I know that a lot of people got really mad about the $3.5 million that are being paid out from the IC to Twitter, for the FBI specifically to Twitter in order to do these investigations. But I'm pretty sure, I think you can Google literally on public pages, like there are ways to pay companies for doing work at the behest of the government. Like if the government says like, hey, we're curious about these accounts, can you look into this? And like, obviously we're going to compensate for your time. All of this is public knowledge. Also, you mentioned this too, and again, a lot of this stuff gets kind of all washed together. When you say there were huge CSV files where they said to go through these accounts, the thing that I remember reading was I think that the FBI had flagged like some 200,000 accounts, I think, on a file that they'd sent to Twitter and asked them to go through. None of those accounts were banned. It's not like Twitter went through and was like, thank you, FBI, we're going to ban this and this and this and this and this and this and this. And I think that when you look at the emails that were leaked, again, it was a lot of legitimate internal conversation over like, okay, they've given us this. Like, how do we want to deal with this? Like, do we agree with that? And the FBI made a lot of requests sometimes that I don't think it didn't really go through. It's not like the FBI was like, check these accounts out, and Twitter was like, okay, we did. We don't think there's anything wrong with them, and then they moved on from it.
I think we need to define pressure, because it seems like you have a different definition.
Sure. Do you feel like pressure was being put onto Twitter? And I guess if you say pressure, like pressure how? Or where do you see that at?
Yeah, I mean, on the same day that Biden came out, and this was on July 16th, came out and said that social media companies were killing people by failing to censor COVID misinformation. That was the same day that Berenson got suspended from Twitter, and then the next month he was completely banned. And for anyone who doesn't know about the Berenson case, they can go check it out. But like the public, administration narrative was very much like putting this public pressure on social media companies to do something about this. You're killing people. And then behind the scenes, they're making these massive requests. So I'd like to get David to hop in.
Yeah, I mean, in my reporting, mine wasn't really connected with the FBI, but rather the White House in both administrations, first in Trump, but then much more so in the Biden administration, where one of the top Twitter employees, Lauren Culbertson, had written an email where she was recounting the various interactions that they had with the White House. And she characterized it as they were, quote, very angry that Twitter was not complying with their wishes, that they didn't deplatform a number of people. I know there are a few cases sort of winding through the legal system right now. And I know there's some legal arguments that are being made that, I don't know the exact terminology, but this is essentially what they are arguing, is that this is an infringement on the First Amendment by proxy, that although the White House isn't, directly preventing someone from speaking, by putting their boot on the neck of a social media platform that has, many billions of dollars in business at stake, they are regulated by the federal government. When the government, asks you or tells you to do something, there's really not a difference between the two, ultimately. So
I feel like you're.
I don't know
writing
if
notes
this
as you're
is
saying. I feel like what
you're concerned about or that you're speaking to, but
yeah, I feel like what you're saying though kind of proves my point. So when you're saying like the White House is very angry that they weren't complying, then what do they do? I mean, it's not like
okay, no, that's a good point. You're saying, look, so a couple things. It's a good point you make. So
what is the boot on the neck is what I'm looking for. Like,
right. So let me explain to you my perspective on this, which is that you're right, and what I noted in my reporting was that there were many instances where the Twitter staff pushed back and did not. We could see lots of instances where they were having lots of heated conversations internally, trying to decide, what they should do on particular tweets or on particular accounts. So it's not that this wasn't like this is not how the real world works, where there, or at least not as in this instance, where there's like a phone call is made and boom, everything happens. Rather, what you could see is the overall pattern, which I tried to paint in my reporting, where I gave a series of instances where you saw legitimate information being suppressed in a variety of ways. And then in addition, where you saw that the Twitter sort of policy was to follow what the CDC recommended, and if you veered from the CDC, which is the government, if you veered from that, then it was, quote, misinformation.
Yeah,
And
I understand what you're saying here.
Their tendency was to lean toward, and I forget the exact language that was used, but their tendency was to lean toward anything that would potentially increase transmission, in their view. That's where they leaned.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's their prerogative, but I think it's certainly reasonable to connect the dots when you have the White House telling you they're angry about something, and as Bill had pointed out, the sort of timing with where they, Biden came out with this public claim about social media killing people, and then like the next moment Berenson's off the platform. You can't prove. I wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
No one can prove something, but what we do know is that the White House put pressure on Twitter to act in certain ways, and that from a legal and ethical standpoint, it can be argued that that was an attempt to infringe on people's right to speech. That to me is the case that I can make, and people can argue
Mm-hmm.
about how much or to what degree Twitter, quote unquote, caved to these requests or demands.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. But what we do know is the evidence that they were pushing on them.
Yes. Okay. So here's just real quick on response to this. So I want to be super ultra clear. I don't expect you guys to know anything about me. Okay, I'm a huge fan of freedom of speech. I think that a lot of the censorship on the internet has gone way too far. And I think we should be having a lot of these conversations relating to COVID and mRNA, rewriting your DNA, and all the things that I think are crazy. I still think they should be platformed, and I think we should have conversations about them. I think that's totally fine. So I agree with you that Twitter probably went too far in terms of some of the censorship. Or absolutely went too far in terms of some of the censorship. So don't ever confuse that. Don't confuse any of my points. I'm trying to say that Twitter was that Twitter should be censoring things, not legally or whatever, but just more. I don't think they should be. But so let me get out of the way immediately. Okay. Now that understood that, and then put that aside. I think that it's important that just because two people might have a semi-congruent position doesn't necessarily mean there was a ton of pressure from here to there. So for instance, like when you say things like, isn't it convenient that Twitter seemed to hold a lot of similar positions as the CDC when it came to vaccine information? Well, that's not that surprising at all, especially knowing, and I'm sure you guys probably know better than I do, the types of people that work at Twitter, right? A lot of San Francisco yuppies, a lot of people that are probably ideologically a bit further left, maybe even in the mainstream. And I think, David, even in your tweets, you were pointing that there were probably a lot of, I think it was tweet 17 where you spoke about, as with people and institutions, there's individual and collective bias, right? When you were pointing out the issues with Twitter's process, I agree that there's good stuff to tackle into there. You pointed out that doing moderation with bots on really complicated issues is really challenging. I know this because I've been dinged several times by YouTube as spreading misinformation, even though I parrot the CDC almost exactly just because I set off the wrong alarm. And then you bring up that like outsourcing information to foreign contractors that might not even be completely English fluent might be bad. And then third, you mentioned that like inputs from people at higher levels of management might lead to some form of bias. I agree with all of those things, and I think every single one of those is a really good place to start an internal review of like maybe our process isn't good enough. But to circle back, you keep using these words like the White House pressured, there was the boot on the neck. I just don't see that ever. I've never seen in any of the Twitter files, and I haven't seen all of them, so maybe I've missed one, but I've never seen anywhere where a whole bunch of internal discussion was happening and people are like, listen, guys, we got to do this or the White House it's over for us. We're going to get, regulated out of existence. We're going to, Biden is saying that the White House, the CDC is going to axe our site, that Fauci's, got an axe and he's at the front doors. I've just never seen that type of pressure ever, other than just saying like the White House was upset at something, which to be fair, I imagine every White House is probably upset at every social media at some point in time. I mean, the Trump White House is making a lot of requests for Twitter to remove stuff too. Sometimes there's a lot more vanity behind it. So I feel like that's kind of expected, that there's going to be some adversarial relationship there. I just don't think it's like the worst thing in the world. And I don't think it's evidence of any wrongdoing.
I mean, I'll just
throw in one thing with Andy Slavitt at the White House and Berenson. I mean, there's the leaked Slack screenshot asking directly why hasn't Berenson been kicked off the platform yet. I mean, that's like there are direct communications that have come out from the White House.
And and as I said, I mean, you saw in my thread, I had a screenshot of the email from Lauren Culbertson where she described several of these meetings. It wasn't like one meeting. This was a repeated thing that the executive branch did with a number of social media platforms. I mean, in my experience and how a lot of things function, whether in politics or in business or other institutions, most things there need not always be an email exchange between executives at Twitter saying, hey, it's not like a second-rate movie where they need this expository, scene. Bottom line, the White House was contacting Twitter, among other social media platforms, and making their wishes very, very clear to them about what they wanted to happen. How much or to what degree Twitter then capitulated to those demands, we don't know. But if we're discussing whether it's appropriate or not, in my view, I don't see how it's ever appropriate for the White House to be telling a social media platform what content is or is not misinformation. That's what other people can disagree, but to me, I don't think that that's the best system where the government is the decider of misinformation.
David, can you quickly speak to how this isn't necessarily as partisan as many think as well? Because there were some requests coming in from Trump administration as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I started off my reporting where I mentioned how the Trump administration had some requests related to, I think it was like, I forget the term, but like panic buying and stuff like that. And they wanted misinformation taken down related to that. So that was the one nugget I found from Trump. I know there's been other reporting from. So, yeah, I mean, look, just not that I should have to announce this. I'm not a right-wing individual or Republican. I approached all of this apolitically. From my standpoint, I just want, from being involved in COVID reporting for the last 3 years now, I observed a lot of things happening where tweets were labeled as misleading, where accounts were suspended for things that I knew were true, things that were from studies in peer-reviewed journals, or maybe we shouldn't say true, but things that were certainly legitimate information from accepted sources like a peer-reviewed journal, and they were nevertheless taken down because in some manner or another they went against kind of the CDC's guidance or a mainstream narrative. So when I had the opportunity to then look behind the curtain and try to figure out, well, what actually happened, that's what I tried to do. And I think it was a combination, in my view. It was a combination of pressure from the White House, but also the internal politics and dynamics of Twitter and the other social media companies and the people who work there and what they felt was the right thing to do. I don't think this was like a malicious thing necessarily. They were trying to do the right thing in their minds, and in some instances, which I reported on, I think they made the wrong call. And those instances are part of a larger system. Sometimes it was specific things, but what I tried to do is paint a picture of like, well, here are these sort of systems at work in play where you had bots that were set up, and but ultimately it comes back to people who decided how the bots and the machine learning would function. What are the inputs? So I don't know if that satisfies your thing, or maybe you're focusing on a slightly different angle that's of importance to you, but that's kind of how I view the story and what I wanted to bring to light. I thought it was important for people to see, one, that the White House did interact with Twitter and make very strong demands or requests on the company, and two, that there are a variety of instances and a variety of ways through which Twitter censored information inappropriately. And I don't know the solution to that for moving forward or for next time, but in my view, that's something we should try as a society to remedy in some manner. So
I think
I'll step back. Maybe Leighton can jump in.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I think we should be clear about what we are and what we are not arguing. So first of all, in terms of the FBI's requests, there are emails from within Twitter about how voluminous these requests are, that they were like, the FBI was sending them lists of Twitter violators of people who had like 19 followers and 0 retweets, to the extent that like Twitter executives are saying among themselves, like Jim Baker actually said in an email, Jim Baker, who's former chief counsel for the FBI, was like, it's weird that they're spending all this time like actively looking for people who are violating Twitter terms of service and sending them to us. So yeah, they paid $3 million to Twitter for in compensation for the time that Twitter's employees were spending going through the list of FBI Twitter violators, TOS violators. But what that indicates is just how much time, like you can say that's totally fair, like, just like when you do a FOIA request and you have to compensate the government for the staff time. Yeah, but $3 million of time of like Twitter employees' time going through these alleged violations every day. So there's a sheer volume question that FBI regularly have meetings with Twitter executives. You're right that when you look at these these actual discussion threads on Slack and by email, there are many, many, many instances in which Twitter disagrees with the FBI and does not ban these things. It happens over and over and over again. I don't think anybody who was reporting on the Twitter files was trying to present a picture where, like, every time the FBI said jump, Twitter said how high. For me, like Twitter, I think a lot of employees there, even though I disagree with a whole lot of their decisions, I think a lot of these folks were acting in good faith. Not all of them, not Jim Baker, but a lot of these folks, I think, were acting in good faith, trying to make these decisions as best they can, given limited information and time pressure, et cetera. To me, the bigger picture is that you have this privatized space where people are exercising civic discourse, like a place that should be in a democracy, a free speech space, but because it's privatized, you have an opportunity, sort of like the government can't go and censor people for speaking their mind because of the First Amendment, but they can, just like anybody else, like anybody can lodge a complaint to Twitter and say you should flag and report TOS violations. The FBI took advantage of that sort of prerogative they had to assign agents to spend all day just looking for these violators and sending them to Twitter, overwhelming Twitter with just tons and tons of requests. And Twitter had every right to say no, and in many cases did say no, and in some cases said yes, and in some of those cases I think were totally inappropriate. But the point is, like, it was an avenue for the government to just constantly lean on this private company again and again and again to essentially remove communications which were politically inconvenient to the administration. And that's a problem for any American, I think. It's just the greater issue is the sort of privatization of public space. So if you're looking for if you expect the Twitter files to reveal like pure like Manichean bad guys, just arch villains, and who you can name and put a face on. No, you're not going to find that in the Twitter files because it's more complex, it's more human, it's more bureaucratic than that. But the bigger picture that it paints, I think, should be disturbing to anybody who cares about free speech.
So I feel like the conversation is so there are really good questions in here, and I feel like we just hand wave those and just assume no. So I think David posed this question: should the government be making requests to social media platforms? That's a really good question. That's a really challenging question to ask. I think it's a bit naive to say the government should have no input whatsoever on any social media platforms, especially after the shit show that was 2016, especially post 2019 with Cambridge Analytica and Facebook. I think that forget the government and forget the social media platforms. I think a lot of U.S. citizens genuinely have questions and worry about what exists on some of the social media platforms. I think there's a lot of U.S. citizens that don't want foreign actors propping up fake accounts on Instagram or Twitter. I think that's an interest that the American people have. And if there's some level of coordination that the United States intelligence communities can have with social media, I think it's worth exploring that. I think there's legitimate arguments that can be made that relationship is probably a positive one. Now, I agree that it could be abused, and I agree that it could be inappropriate. I just never saw any of that. That's kind of what I'm looking for, because so here's something that I would bet my whole life on. If I were to ask people that say that they followed like the Twitter files, just if I ask them, are you familiar with the Twitter files? If I were to ask people about this, probably 80% of them would say like, oh yeah, I think the White House was paying Twitter to censor conservatives. That's like the general trend that people walk away from the Twitter files. And I think it's fair to have that impression if you're just reading the text of the tweets and not going into the actual emails and stuff that are being leaked, because that's always what's being sold. That's like the overall narrative that's being sold, is that these improper requests are being made by the FBI to take down stuff that is conservative, to take down stuff that the CDC disagrees with, which heavily leans conservative online. And I don't think that any of that was ever supported. Even the way that you load some of these things, like you're saying, like overwhelming Twitter with requests. Were they really being overwhelmed with requests? Like Twitter got $3.5 million in compensation. That company generated like billions of dollars, over $5 billion of revenue in 2021. Was this like really too much labor for them to deal with?
No. It's not about it's not about the amount of money that they spend. It's about the amount of labor time that was put into this. Like, yes, I can say that they're overwhelmed with requests because they said so repeatedly in the emails. Like, Twitter executives were complaining about how often, about this volume of requests coming from the FBI. This isn't me talking. This is executives at Twitter complaining about how zealous the FBI was.
Okay, but let's say they complain about that, okay? Nobody's forcing you to adhere to any of those requests. If you're not getting a subpoena, it's just the FBI making requests.
My perspective on it, which it seems like you disagree with, is when, and I don't necessarily disagree with you if there is actual, foreign powers, actually putting in sort of bot farms or whatever to influence the discourse. I'm not necessarily opposed to the intelligence community then sharing that information with social media platforms. Look, here's what we found. Here's the evidence. We think you should do something about this. It's infesting your platform. Although with Matt Taibbi's recent reporting, some of with the Hamilton 68, apparently some of the stuff that was deemed sort of Russian bot farms and misinformation wasn't so. But I'm not saying that's not, I understand that was from the think tank, but putting that aside, so I don't necessarily disagree if they had evidence of it, but that's not what I found in my reporting regarding the suppression of certain types of content. And I think there's a pretty wide chasm between an intelligence community saying we have really concrete evidence that Russia or some other entity is putting in these sort of misinformation bot farms within your platform. Here's the evidence. We think you probably want to take a look at this to take it down. There's a wide chasm between that and the government naming specific individuals, many of whom are U.S. citizens, and naming very specific types of content that they wanted taken down. So to me, those are two very different things. So you're raising one issue that seems legitimate, and the other one, in my view, I think was inappropriate.
Which part? What was inappropriate? Which request? I'm curious. What type of request do you think was inappropriate?
I think it's inappropriate for them to get angry at the platform, at Twitter, for not deplatforming a number of individuals. That the government. I don't think that that's the White House's. I don't think that that's their.
They can't get that way. It's inappropriate for them to get angry. Isn't that kind of like, really?
Well, it's inappropriate for when you're the executive branch, and this is and you're making requests to a company on how they should conduct their business. Obviously, those are more than just a request. That or it certainly can be interpreted as such.
I need something more for that, because this is a line that is floated by so many times.
That's just a fundamental thing. You don't need proof. That is how the world functions.
But I can show you
power over you and makes a request. I mean, this is the
what
sort
is
of
the
fundamental
power,
thing about what's that?
So Biden ran on Section 230 repeal. He said that he was in favor of it. So
Trump wanted to run. Trump wanted to remove Section 230.
I'm sorry. Are we arguing about Trump versus Biden?
No, I'm saying that. I'm saying that.
Trump did too. I'm saying that the federal government has power over Twitter.
Sure. First of all, Section 230 repeal would not be the executive branch. That would be from Congress, right?
Fine.
So that's already a separate thing. But also, we have evidence, and so this is kind of the thing that I'm looking for. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, well, what is the pressure? Okay, if the FBI requested a whole bunch of stuff, and we all know there was that list. I keep repeating this. There were like 200,000 accounts, that huge file that they wanted removed. Twitter did nothing about it, and nothing happened. It's not like the White House was like, okay, well, now we're coming after you guys. We're pulling all our business, or we're sending FBI people to go rustle up your employees to the office. Like, what was the consequences for them continually not following through on some of the requests that the FBI or the White House was making?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Destiny? Do you believe that there was a major nefarious foreign threat of like, bot farms that were going to disrupt U.S. elections? And
absolutely,
that were,
yeah, of course.
Seeding.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think maybe that's a.
Well, wait. Did you not believe any of the Mueller indictments? That the Internet
believe
Research
that
Agency was a real thing, that 10GOP account, that there were accounts on Instagram that were just like basically like black people would come up and say like, I don't think Hillary supports BLM, and those specific accounts were tied to Russian investment? Like, do you not believe
happened.
it? Yeah.
No. The Kremlin spent several $100,000 on Facebook ads, sure. I believe that happened. Do I think it's significant? Absolutely.
Wait, hold on,
not.
no,
But
wait,
why do
that's
I
not
think
true.
it's
It wasn't
significant?
just Facebook ads. That's not true. They had stooge accounts. That at 10GOP account that had over 200,000 followers. So it wasn't just Facebook ads, and it was a false company that was set up in the United States, right?
As did the Department of Defense, by the way, per Li Fang's reporting, had dummy accounts on Twitter that were pushing U.S. foreign policy propaganda, including support for the war in Yemen, and Twitter just allowed those accounts to continue, even though they have a policy.
Hold on, first of all, wait.
against
Firstly, that was a big whataboutism. Secondly, do you think I would defend that if that is true? Obviously, I would be opposed to that as well. Like, I would say we shouldn't do that either. But if you're going to tell me that, I would support that if that was the case as well. But I don't know if Twitter knew that. Yeah, go for it.
Let me finish my thought. Okay, so yes, I do I believe that there's a such thing as the Internet Research Agency and that they have these troll farms and stuff? Yes, absolutely. But it's a question of scale.
Sure.
Is it commensurate to the threat that has been attached to it? I think of what is a much bigger threat is the boogeyman effect of what I think is a pretty insignificant influence operation on U.S. elections. And I think that the upshot of the Mueller report was that, in fact, it didn't have much consequence whatsoever. But as per what David mentioned about Taibbi's latest thread on Hamilton 68, it was constantly used as this way to threat inflate stuff that was purely domestic, political actors who were exercising legitimate, constitutionally protected free speech, who were accused of being Russian trolls, and that was loud and clear with the Hamilton 68 stuff, and it happened, and it was loud and clear with the Hunter Biden laptop stuff. So yes, so the question is, were there Russian disinformation operations? Sure, absolutely. You could, but what about the sort of the converse of that, which is domestic actors using this supposed threat of Russian disinformation to discredit legitimate speech by Americans? That we showed that in the Twitter files over and over and over again.
Yeah, so I'm not going to disagree with you. I think that the boogeyman effect, well, with parts of that, I think the boogeyman effect is real, and I think that we probably do more damage to domestic discourse when we're labeling everybody as a racist, a fascist, a communist, whatever thing. We're doing more damage to our own discourse there in trying to see boogeyman everywhere than just actually confronting okay, well, legitimately, there are some Americans that believe this thing or that thing. Let's talk about it, right? I'm not going to disagree with you. I agree with you 100%. But I guess what I don't like is that the framing is always so malicious from the intelligence communities, when I think, and based on hundreds of people I've spoken to that work in intelligence communities, based on everything I've ever seen published as such, it seems like for the most part, people that work in these communities are just average, good Americans. They're trying to do what they can to make sure they're doing the right thing. It's not like they're coming at these social medias where we're going to censor this and take out political operatives. You said that thing that people were looking at political actors accused of being Russian trolls. But earlier, I think you accurately surmised what it actually was is that the FBI would put together a list of all these accounts. They've got 12 followers. They all follow 6 accounts, and they've tweeted some message, and they're these look like bots. Now, I could be wrong, and you guys could tell me. I don't believe there were ever it wasn't like the FBI was saying you need to ban all these Republican senators. You need to ban these high-profile accounts and get rid of them because they're disseminating speech that we disagree with. And again, to go back again, even when the FBI was making these requests, sometimes really large ones, sometimes Twitter just didn't follow it, and it didn't seem like there were any repercussions that followed.
Well, okay, so Twitter suspended the New York Post's Twitter account, and for 24 hours you couldn't post or DM the New York Post story 3 weeks before the election about Hunter Biden. That was the reason why they took that action is because the FBI pre-bunked the story by meeting with these social media platforms and saying we have reason to believe that there's going to be a Russian disinformation dump coming. And then, lo and behold, all of a sudden, the Hunter Biden laptop story comes. So, and the FBI, we have reason, unless the right hand wasn't talking to the left hand, the FBI as an institution knew that the story was legitimate. They had possession of the laptop. They knew that the provenance was real, that it was not Russian disinformation, and yet they went and talked to these social media platforms and warned them that this mysterious Russian disinformation dropped. Do you find anything shady or unseemly about that chain of events?
It's a compelling story, but I would have to ask, if the FBI was trying to censor it, there are so many other things they could have done. By your own reporting, or by the reporting that's been done, the FBI knew, we all agree with this, right? The FBI knew that Hunter Biden laptop had been sent to them and had been sent to Giuliani, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If the FBI was truly trying to censor that story and truly trying to sway the election, why wouldn't they have just taken it from Giuliani? Why wouldn't they have just gone to the New York Post and like gotten that drive completely and told them like, you're not publishing any of this or we're locking you up because it's a threat to national security? Because if they really wanted to get it not published, they could have just done that instead of literally Streisand affecting that story to be one of like the largest stories in the past 5 years, and we all knew that would happen, right?
You're wondering why they didn't say that again? Why they?
I'm asking if you think that, because it feels like you're saying that Twitter censored this story because of the FBI, essentially, right? That on their own, Twitter would have never censored that story, but it was because the FBI primed them to think there was an illegitimate leak coming, and everything happened just as the FBI wanted it to. Well, that was the case. Why didn't the FBI just go after Giuliani or go after the New York Post and say, you guys aren't publishing this, we're subpoenaing you, we're taking on the materials, and now it's under investigation, you can't talk about it?
Well, they did subpoena the drive. They had possession of the drive. They had taken it from that Joel Mac Isaac guy in Delaware.
Wait.
Can't tell.
He gave them that drive after making an image of it, I thought. Didn't he? He contacted the FBI, and so they didn't steal it from him.
They didn't do anything about it. They just said, he notified them. They didn't do anything about it, and then they came back later, after he had sent it to Giuliani and took the drive.
Sure.
So they had possession of the drive. Obviously, they can't tell the New York Post not to run the story.
Wait, why not?
Would be unconstitutional. Because the FBI can't order an outlet not to publish a story.
But the FBI can order Twitter to censor the story?
No. They didn't order Twitter to do anything. They represented what was coming down the pipeline as Russian disinformation. Then at that point, first of all, there was a discussion within Twitter. Yoel Roth found there to be no violations based on what was in the New York Post story. He was then overruled by Jim Baker, who is a former FBI lawyer, who said no, we have reason to believe that this is Russian disinformation. And then Yoel Roth later on changed his mind and decided to go forward with censoring the Hunter Biden laptop story. So no, the FBI didn't tell Twitter to censor the story. They can't do that. But what they can do is give Twitter dishonestly every reason to believe that this story was Russian disinformation, so that on their own initiative, by the way, with the chief counsel being former FBI and so many more former FBI people in the Twitter top ranks, that they had their own Slack group called BU Alumni. They had a PDF for onboarding new intelligence community employees onto Twitter. So it was just populated with former FBI folks. So with that influence within Twitter, they were able to then overrule Yoel Roth's decision and censor the Hunter Biden laptop story, much to Yoel Roth's later regret.
Sure. To be clear, if we're going to cite Yoel Roth, it's important that he has said on multiple occasions that there was, and I think you guys aren't making this, but just to reiterate, there was never a specific ask by the FBI or ever a specific mention of Hunter Biden ever by the FBI. Yoel Roth himself has said that on at least 3 separate occasions, which I don't think you're making that exact claim, because you're saying they're being a little bit more amorphous about it or a little bit more nebulous about it. Here's what I don't understand. Twitter is I think
Zuckerberg was the one who mentioned that Hunter Biden may have been brought up in the meeting with him, with FBI.
Sure, Zuckerberg might have said it, but for Twitter, there was never a specific mention of Hunter Biden. Here's what I'm not understanding. So I think we're agreeing on some things, that the FBI couldn't directly make a request, couldn't directly censor a story, but they could apply a lot of pressure. Twitter is a huge company. I feel like if somebody were to ask me, you've got to pressure somebody to not publish something, I would have a way easier time pressuring the New York Post than Twitter. Like, I don't know why all the same strategies they're using at Twitter, because they knew that, because we remember, an important part of your story is that the FBI must be acting malevolently because they knew that Giuliani had this story and they knew that it was being sent to the New York Post. They knew these things, and that's why they got ahead of it by going to Twitter. Well, if they knew all of that and they were trying to get ahead of it, here's what I don't understand. Why wouldn't the FBI go to the New York Post and say, listen, you possess something that we have very strong information about is probably Russian disinformation. And if you publish that, you guys are going to be in big trouble. There's going to be a huge investigation. information, you guys might get shut down. This might be Cambridge Analytical for the New York Post. You guys are way small on the Facebook. You won't survive. I don't know why the FBI wouldn't have tried that same type of pressure.
The New York, I mean, first of all, we don't know that they didn't.
We absolutely know that. The New York Post would have talked about it, right? Obviously. Right?
Okay, fine. Granted, it's unlikely that they did, but the New York Post knew it wasn't Russian disinformation. They had done the reporting. They had the laptop. Twitter didn't have the laptop. They had to take the FBI's word for it.
Well, I don't know how you think that the New York Post then could have known it was legitimate.
Because it was dropped off by Hunter Biden he had a signed receipt from Hunter Biden at the laptop repair shop. The FBI had subpoenaed it. They had possession of the story that John Mac Isaac told is backed up by documentary evidence.
Hold on.
They had possession of. That's
I don't
in
think
the
that's.
New York Post story.
I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I looked at it. I don't think they had the laptop. My understanding is that there was an image of the disk. So you can mount an ISO and you can take a picture, basically a virtual picture of the hard drive, and that image was sent to Giuliani, and then Giuliani shopped around with that image. And to say that the New York Post knew that it was legitimate, my understanding is that even Fox News didn't want to run this story, and it would have been sensational for them to. So I don't think it was very obvious that it was super, like that was a 100% legitimate story.
The FBI had the laptop.
Yeah, the FBI had the laptop itself. So the only thing that the New York Post got was an ISO, was an image of the drive. They didn't know if it was actually real or not. Like you can have a signature, but they didn't. I don't think they had any of that. But that the actual laptop itself was with the FBI. All they had was a disk image sent by Giuliani. That same image that a lot of other major media didn't want to report on.
I'm a little lost in what we're arguing here because I think what you're saying is why would they not have gone to the New York Post to try to censor the story? And like. We could talk about that. We could talk about that for the next hour. But the fact of the matter is, in reality, what happened was that whatever the chain of events was, the New York Post was going to run the story. The FBI knew that the story was coming. They had an interest in making sure that the story didn't get traction. As you point out, it didn't really work out because of the Streisand effect, but it was discredited. The story was widely still. If you talk to people today, they'll tell you that the Hunter Biden laptop is a conspiracy theory because there was a stink of conspiracy on it after Twitter and Facebook censored the story. So I would say that they were quite successful in making the Hunter Biden laptop not a campaign issue shortly before the election emphatically not forcing, by manipulating the social media platforms into censoring that story. And doing it, in my opinion, dishonestly because they knew that the story was legitimate. The FBI knew that the story was legitimate.
Yeah, I mean that's a fantastic story, but I don't think that there's anything to evidence any of that. If the idea that the FBI was explicitly trying to get Twitter not to post about or was trying to get them to censor the New York Post story. That
they met with them right before the story dropped and said, we have reason to believe that there's a big Russian disinformation dump coming.
Sure, but they've been saying this for 3 or 4 years. There's been a lot of contact since 2016 between the IC and all of these companies going through all of these accounts and doing all of these things. Like that's what they've been doing.
They had in-person meetings with Meta and Twitter at the same time, right before the thing came. They were like, we need to have a meeting with you. We believe that we're on the brink of seeing a major Russian disinformation dump coming. Lo and behold, 1 or 2 days later, the New York Post story comes.
Okay, let's say that I believe all of this. That all you have is like a timing thing here, and you're like, obviously this happened, which is not really the strongest point of evidence. But let's say I give that to you. Why then did they reverse the decision like a day later?
Because it was a mistake, and it was clear that the story was actually real.
That's not very compelling to me. If it was the case,
I'm not sure why it matters.
Wait, so
I'm not sure why it matters why they reversed it 24 hours later. It was a big controversy, right? That they overreached, and so they reversed their decision because they'd overreached.
I don't understand. If there was so much pressure from the FBI and they wanted to censor the story and they wanted to get rid of it, then I feel like they would have just banned it and then moved on. But they can't
ban it.
What do you mean they can't? They did ban it.
How can you're saying the FBI?
No, Twitter would have banned it, and they would have just kept it banned. But it felt like Twitter legitimately felt it. And if we're being honest, okay, now we do know that the story seems to be real. Everything I've heard is real. But at the time, it did sound incredibly. That was a crazy story, right? It does sound like some fake thing that a blind guy got a MacBook dropped off by Hunter Biden that has a lot of pictures of him, getting foot jobs and smoking crack, and also emails with Joe Biden. That's a sensational story. I don't think it's out of pocket. I don't think it's so crazy to assume that
Twitter's job is to look at printed stories in a newspaper and say, this sounds crazy, it's probably propaganda, and censor it.
Yeah, I think that's what the social media companies have been looking at since 2016 onward. Yes,
that's crazy, dude. You think like that some executive at Facebook or Twitter should be reading the New York Times and say, this story sounds too wild, let's just censor it.
You can say that's crazy, but in 2016 there were protests in the United States that were being organized on both sides by Russian companies set up in the U.S. That's crazy. I'm not going to disagree with you and say that we need to censor all of this stuff. It's really bad. I'm just saying that you guys seem to be downplaying that there was a legitimate fear that foreign actors are acting in incredibly malicious ways to influence our political process. I think that's a real fear, and I think it's legitimate for Americans to have that, especially after what happened in 2016.
Now, are you arguing because of that threat is real that we should be okay with these social media platforms having the censorship ability? This power to be able to be able to look at a New York Post story and say this sounds non-credible, and then censor it?
Well, let me ask, I guess, a flip side question of that. I lean towards yes, but the flip side is, do you think that any media publication should be able to publish whatever they want and propagate it on any social media platform they want without repercussion?
Any media company?
But that's a different question. If I could just
no. It's on the other end. It's the same question on the other end, because that's what he's advocating for. Let's say the New York Post is, we've got a story that Hunter Biden drinks the blood of 9-year-old children. We know this because we got a source, and now we're going to publish that story. And let's say that it's like, this story is like clearly fake. Should they have a right? Are they entitled to use every social media platform to propagate that story?
Did you want to respond to that, David?
I mean, if you're picking some like outlandish thing of drinking the blood or whatever you say, the bottom line is, I think the philosophical and ultimately legal question, if there is going to be some sort of legislation related to this, to try to remedy some of these things moving forward, and what I showed with some of the COVID reporting, it is totally inappropriate for these social media companies to try to adjudicate the veracity of the information on the platforms, most of it, in particular, something that's published in a credible media outlet. But even beyond that, the idea, time and again, there were just shifting from the Hunter Biden granular details of that, just pulling the lens back a little bit. There were doctors who had legitimate information, and regular citizens who are quoting statistics from the CDC that nevertheless, because they veered against the narrative of the CDC and the White House at the time, and which through pressure or through the own sort of impetus of the sort of ideological or philosophical leanings of the staff at Twitter, one way or the other, they censored this information. That to me is a very bad recipe for when these platforms, as we know, function, as a utility to some extent. It is for lack of, it's a cliche, bad analogy, the public square at this point. And I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of some random people at Twitter, or let alone some bot program that was written, let alone people sitting in a cube farm somewhere halfway across the world, that they are going to be able to adjudicate the granular details of any story, whether it's medical, whether it's something related to politics, the Hunter Biden laptop thing. So that's just, to me, the bar needs to be like so high where they are going to, obviously anything legal, if people are inciting violence, or things of that nature. No one wants to be on a social media platform where it's just a cesspool of people doxing each other and crazy shit. So it's not that their platforms aren't within not only their right, but also what makes sense to have certain guardrails within the platform, so it's a pleasant and functional place to be. My point is about how they're adjudicating this information. I think is very problematic. I don't know if Leighton wants to dovetail on that, but
is that Twitter lied about it. I mean, specifically with regards to the shadow banning stuff or the visibility filtering.
Oh, right. There's that too. Yeah.
First, real quick. shadow banning, everybody lies about shadow banning. It's a word game that people play, right? People will say that, no, we don't shadow ban. What we actually do is we make it harder to find your thing in the algorithm. That's
visibility filter.
Yeah, sure. That's not a Twitter. Literally everybody does that. Every company says they don't shadow ban.
What does that mean? Everybody does it. It doesn't make it acceptable.
I'm not saying that it's acceptable. Well, first of all, it's absolutely acceptable. If a company wants to shadow ban, that's their right to do it, right? We probably all would approve of that to some extent. If somebody gets on a Twitter and they just spam the N-word all day and they get shadow banned, we're probably all okay with that, right? Shadow banning is the worst thing.
They should just get banned if they're gonna. If they do that, they could just be transparent and just ban them.
Sure, maybe.
Shadow banning is when you don't even know that it's happening.
I want to circle back because my question never got answered, and it's a really important question, is should any media company be allowed to publish whatever they want and have a right to Twitter or Facebook to be able to propagate that story?
I would say yes, because the alternative is having some tech bro make those decisions for the media. I mean, the reason we have look, if the New York Post was just spreading outright totally fabricated stories, then they're going to gain a reputation of being the National Enquirer of the national news, and people will stop taking their story seriously. Like, it's not the tech company's responsibility to vet these stories for what's true and what's not. And by the way, I would say set the same standard for, like, when Jacob Blake was shot by the police in Kenosha, which, by the way, just to remind you, sparked off riots where they burned down a full square block. The New York Times reported initially that he was there to break up a fight between two women, and that the police came, and then it was that he was delivering a birthday cake to his kid or something, and then the police just came and shot him in cold blood, right? Total bullshit story. Do I think that that Twitter should have censored that story and said, that doesn't sound right? The police wouldn't just come and shoot a guy who's going there to break up a fight between two women. No, I don't think it's on Twitter to make that decision. Same thing with the New York Post story. Like, sure. I don't think that is the Twitter's role to adjudicate.
Okay, sure. And I don't even think I necessarily disagree with you. All I'm trying to say is that there are very strong and compelling arguments on the other side that I think can't just be hand-waved with, well, they're acting in bad faith and they're doing horrible things, right? I might be a person that is a major investor in Twitter. I might be the CEO of Twitter. I might be hyper-manager of Twitter, and I don't want cities burned down because of misinformation spread on my platform. And I don't think that's a hard buy. Like, that, I think that's pretty easy to understand that somebody will be like, hold on, a couple of clips were posted. We think that these clips are actually super out of context, which all the Jacob Blake clips were. The initial ones were like 10-second long clips of a guy just getting shot in the back for no reason 6 times. That's what everybody thought initially, right? And I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world if a social media company is like, you know what? No, we have a policy. We don't allow this type of stuff to be propagated on our platform. Now, I think there are legitimate arguments on the other end. Well, hold on. Who are you to decide what is allowed and what isn't? How are you? As David pointed out in his 3 points in his thread, there's a lot of introduction of potential political and other biases that could influence what ends up on a social media platform or what doesn't. But in a conversation about First Amendment rights, I think it's important that we understand that the platforms themselves have a right to some extent to dictate what type of stuff they want on that platform. And if you don't want that type of misinformation spreading and causing actual material harm and death in the United States, I agree that it's okay to push back against it, but I don't agree it's okay to go and just be like, oh, well, they're just doing it because they're ideologically partisan and they hate the United States and they hate freedom. I think there are legitimate reasons to push back against this kind of stuff.
I want to make a really boring, nuanced argument, which is that I think that we live in the real world where there are trade-offs to everything, right? And I agree with you that if you allow anybody to post whatever they want to at any time on these social media platforms, there are going to be negative consequences to it, obviously. I think we have to choose between a world in which we suffer those negative consequences, just like we suffer negative consequences to free speech in a democracy that people are going to abuse and they're going to be Holocaust deniers or whatever, and they're still going to have that speech constitutionally protected because we've made the decision that even though there are risks to allowing that kind of speech, it's worth it for a functioning democracy. So I would say that, yes, there are going to be negative effects. We'll never get rid of that. But then we have to look at the trade-offs of the alternative. And I think we've seen the trade-offs of the alternative. The Twitter files helps to reveal some of those trade-offs, which is handing over control over our discourse and over our speech rights to unelected corporate executives. And there's a whole bunch of problems that come along with that as well, even when they're trying to act on the best faith possible, which I think in most cases at Twitter, they were although not in all cases. And you could imagine a situation in which it was another company where they were less disposed to making those decisions in good faith and were maybe more nakedly partisan, where you didn't have a Yoel Roth, who, again, even though he's been villainized as a result of the Twitter files, I think was actually one of the heroic actors there, because I think the guy had a lot of integrity in the decisions he made. That wouldn't necessarily be the case with somebody else. So, like, I think that there are trade-offs to each, and I would say that the danger, I mean, maybe this is the just civil libertarian in me, but I think the danger coming from the government having its power over this stuff versus the unorganized masses, I would side with the unorganized masses, and I would take that downside over the downside of handing over that control to corporate executives and government bureaucrats.
Sure.
Steven, I'm curious what process you would like to see, you know, because maybe you can acknowledge that it was a little bit too heavy-handed.
I don't have to. Jack himself has said that, right? I think it probably was, right?
Okay, so because it was obviously too burdensome for the government to go through the legal process, which has to do getting subpoenas, getting court, you know, doing that for each of these pieces of content. They couldn't handle it. That's why they didn't do it. That's why they just sent over huge spreadsheets. So a lot of it has to do with the fact that social media is new, and the legal process hasn't even caught up to the velocity with which content flows through social media. So, you know, but that's a legal change that has to happen.
Sure.
Like, that's not social media. It's not social media companies' fault that the government hasn't caught up.
So, okay, we've had this conversation for however long. It's been about an hour, I think. Okay, this is my issue with things like the Twitter files, okay? What Leighton just recently said and what you asked, I wish that was what the entire conversation was about. Instead of like, Twitter is this partisan hack company that the FBI is trying to use to destroy Democrats, and they're trying to get rid of the COVID misinformation because Fauci and Pfizer and the investments, is all of these plots. I think that the conversation should be, the government is obviously going to have some sort of input into the largest corporations in the United States. We would expect them to. We would probably want them to. We want the government to have some sort of insight into like what goes on at ExxonMobil, what goes on at Facebook. Like, these are things that I think a general US citizen has an interest in. But there's also a legitimate interest in what type of input do they have, how public should that input be, like how much transparency is there into that, and at the end of the day, like what should the ultimate say of the executive branch or any part of the government be for any of these companies? These are really good questions, and we don't have any conversations about it. I feel like instead what ends up getting fixated on is like the hyper-partisan nature of everything that's being pushed and published about it, and then we basically just get into these huge conversations on like, was the White House trying to save the Biden presidency or not, rather than what is an appropriate amount of input the government should have for these platforms. For Bill, like the question you asked, I don't even know what the right answer is. I think some additional level of transparency would be good. Maybe some sort of, you know, like how hedge funds and stuff have to publish positions in tax forms and stuff to show like what, you know, they're short on, what they're long on, what they hold. Maybe some sort of publishing at the end of the year where social media companies publish non-subpoenaed requests from intelligence communities. Like, hey, just so you know, maybe they might already do that. I just don't know it, right? But like maybe like, hey, at the end of the year, this many requests were made by the FBI. Maybe there's some level of even public information about it. Like they, you know, there were 400,000 accounts that they requested us to look into, blah, blah, blah. Maybe that type of mandatory reporting, if there's any engagement between a federal agency and a private firm happens, maybe that would be like a step in that direction, something to have that kind of transparency, Bill. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, one other key question, because you keep talking about the narrative around Twitter files, and I'm very curious from Leighton and David, you know, how do you feel about the Twitter files being the name of all of these reports with different reporters? You know, you've got Elon having, you know, his 2 cents on it. You're all kind of getting lumped into this one brand, even though, you know, you may, you know, Barry and Elon were even kind of feuding a little bit. You know, she wouldn't respond to him when he was kind of trying to demand some answers from her. And so, like, I'm curious how that feels, because I think it speaks to Destiny's point a little bit.
David, I don't know if you want to take that first or second.
Sure. I mean, I was just trying to look it up right now, but I saw this guy, this California state senator, I forget his name, Weiner, maybe.
Scott Weiner.
Yeah, I think he tweeted yesterday. He said something about the Twitter files and this sort of Elon Musk, I'm paraphrasing, but it was something to the effect of Elon Musk, the Twitter files, right-wing propaganda machine. And I'm like, that is just such an absurdist statement, particularly for, you know, for anyone to make, but in particular a guy who's a state senator, you know, who has a large platform. I mean, I know just from talking with Leighton and the other guys, I mean, I don't think any of the reporters on the Twitter files are right-wing, I mean, we're all either, blatantly liberals or independents, politically. So the idea that this is this right-wing propaganda machine is so absurd. None of us work for Elon Musk. He had zero involvement, at least to my knowledge, of anything that I was doing, any of my reporting. He functioned more or less as a whistleblower, I guess, in that role, but albeit a very unique one, where he gave us access to be able to do some searching on internal files of this company. That's it. He put the key in the door for us, but he had no involvement, as far as I'm aware, in any of the material that we were able to look up. So I think the state senator's tweet sort of gets to what you're arguing about, this notion of like the narrative. Well, that's to some extent a narrative that you and other people are interpreting. And by the way, I think your questions it's funny, this is a thing that journalists often talk about. After every article you write, there's always someone who tweets something. You should have written this type of story instead. And this sounds like, it's like, I appreciate that. You wish the story was something different, that it had a different angle. And I am interested in the questions you raised here in our conversation. I would love to see a larger conversation about that. But I think in order to even get to that conversation, we first, as investigative reporters, in this function, were initially just bringing things to light to start that conversation. So I'm not opposed to that conversation. I don't even think necessarily I'm the appropriate person to be having that conversation. I don't have a stronger, knowledge of the ethics and legal components of how these, platforms should function necessarily than anyone else. So I feel like there's just a few different things being conflated. You sort of revealed at the end that you wished this more philosophical conversation about what's appropriate was what the reporting really was on. But that's not necessarily what investigative reporting is. At least for me, in my reporting, I wasn't taking that type of stance. I wasn't trying to answer those questions because it didn't feel appropriate for me to answer them. I just wanted to bring information to people and then start the conversation from there. So I like this conversation. I don't have all the answers. I just wanted to, at minimum, in my role, at least during the Twitter files thing, was to bring this to light to the best that I was able.
Well, I mean,
I would just say,
okay.
I would just say real quick in answer to your question that I think that it is unfortunate that Musk stipulated that Twitter be the platform upon which these revelations were first published. And, a lot of these were written afterwards in longhand on Matt Taibbi's Substack, on Michael's Substack, but on Barry's Substack. But of course, that's not what got the attention, right? What got the attention were the threads. And I don't think the format was the problem. I actually think that the format of the Twitter threads forced us to make things really concise in a way that was actually good, a good discipline in writing. But the venue of Twitter, especially for a debate about Twitter, is just so polarizing. It's such a toxic space for this kind of discussion that, of course, if you publish that shit on Twitter, of course it's going to become the absolute partisan shit show that it became. So we had to do that. It was a condition of seeing those Twitter files, and I wish it were otherwise.
I mean, like, these are like, it's not just reporting. The ones that I prepared for the most were was that Twitter, the thread, I think it was thread 7 with Schellenberger. Like, the final tweet has a quote from Jim Jordan, right? I have concerns about whether the government was running a misinformation operation on we the people. That's not just a reporting of fact. That's like a persuasive essay, right? This is like your huge hitter at the end here. I don't think it's fair to say that, like, well, of course it became partisan because of the format of Twitter. It was very clearly written with, I guess we don't have to call it a partisan slant, but at the very least, a particular narrative was definitely being pushed on in these tweets, which maybe we can say is any investigative piece is necessarily going to have that push if you want. I have a question for David. When you talked about being given the keys, and I don't know how much you're at liberty to discuss this or not, or what's NDA or whatnot, like, how were you able to investigate, like, Twitter emails? Like, what was that process like?
There were no NDAs, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I had zero conditions. I'm happy to give any detail I can. Mm-hmm. Yeah. By that was obviously a metaphorical
Sure.
Explanation. Yeah, basically, Barry asked me to, she said, you've been writing about COVID for a bunch of years. We have access to Twitter. Will you come out and take a look? You're familiar with a lot of this. I said, yes, that sounds great. I'd love to see what's going on. So you can tell me, I don't know how boring this is or the details, but I'll try to be relatively succinct. Basically, we were put in a room and people, there was an engineer there with us who had a laptop, and the engineer was able to do searches that we requested on specific individuals on their profiles. And then within there, he could then dig in and look and see, there's certain, what type of labels are on different tweets, or what's in the sort of like profile in the log files for individuals. So that was one type of search that he was doing for us, and I'm basically standing over his shoulder. Then the separate searching, emails and Slack channel, stuff like that, we had to submit requests for specific, you had to have the names of specific employees that you were looking for, and then a request for that name with, if you had certain keywords or other stuff in a certain time frame. And then they sent that out to someone, I think it was on premises, but just not in the room with us. And then they would come back with a different laptop that had those files. And then we were able to look through them in that frame of time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so I'm curious for this process, because earlier you said you were given the keys. I don't know how technologically savvy anybody is here. I'm not talking it down or up.
Maybe that wasn't the correct metaphor,
yeah, sure.
But as
because I'm wondering,
because
I'm wondering, because did somebody basically just give you a file server and they were like, here's all of our internal communications, have at it, good luck, search through everything. The process
as I described it.
Yeah. The process that you were given. If you'd felt like this was a process happening in the White House or in some executive building where you went to see a laptop and there was an executive sitting there and he was doing the searches for you, or if you would have sent off certain searches to somebody else and then somebody from the CIA or somebody came back and they gave you an answer, would you trust those requests, and would you trust that all the information you're seeing is 100% uncensored, unedited, it's being shown exactly as it exists in the internal documents, or would you be a little bit more hesitant to believe it at that point?
Well, I mean, it's hard to conjecture. I don't know. I've never been invited to the White House or the CIA, and those are, intelligence or, the intelligence community, I think, has a different role than Twitter. I will say, using my judgment, there was a guy who's sitting there doing searches. It is possible that was a fake laptop with manipulated information, but I was watching him, typing in and doing the searches. It is also possible when we sent in a request for, we would like to see emails from such and such employees, that discuss XYZ topic, and then we send it out and then it comes back, sometime later. It is possible they use some process to look through 2,000 or 5,000 emails, quickly pull out the things they didn't want us to see, and then give us the document dump. That is possible. That seems highly unlikely. That would require a fair amount, a team of people to perform this in real time and to all keep the secret, to manipulate the information in that way. I can't rule it out. I don't know if Leighton, if you have, that was my observation. It's just
well, to be just real quick, just on that, and then Leighton, you can go, because there was a really interesting answer. To do what you just said, I could make a copy of an email database. I could host that internally, and I could remove from that any employee that I don't ever want you to have access to. And then I could put you in front of an employee and have you search. I could probably figure out how to do this myself in 10 minutes. It's not that you could probably figure it out in 20 minutes if you don't have, even without much. Very easy to remove that piece of information, make a copy of the database, host it internally, and then somebody's just searching that. Not saying that did happen, but it's interesting that you'd say the chances of that happening seem almost impossible, but the chances of a coordinated top-down FBI op, basically, where they're digging through information that Giuliani has about Hunter Biden and then using that to exert pressure on ex-FBI people in Twitter in order to get a story censored that's going to be negative to the Bidens for the election, that is super plausible and probably is what happened. It's interesting the level of discrepancy between the both there. Well, no, you don't.
First of all, yeah, you're conjecturing that Twitter had some kind of conspiracy, but we actually have evidence for exactly the chain of events that we laid out around the Hunter Biden laptop. But just to provide some context, the reason why we weren't able to just access this stuff ourselves is because is because they were paranoid. The lawyer at Twitter was paranoid about seeing user data, which would be a violation of the terms of service and could get them in major legal trouble. So the entire framework was around making sure that we had no access to seeing any user data. So I don't think it was as much of a technological challenge as it was a legal thing, but also like we're talking about thousands and thousands of emails that we would be handed over. Unless Musk had a skunk team that was doing all of the work that we did before we did it, reading all of these emails and taking stuff out, then there was no time for that. It took hours and hours and days in some cases for us to go through all of these emails. They weren't able to do that, and then they didn't know what was in there. Plus, by the way, the people who were doing the stuff were not even. They were brand new Twitter employees. Most of them were brought in from Tesla and from SpaceX. So these were not people who had any particular vested interest in protecting anything at Twitter, and they were under directions from Elon Musk, from the boss, saying these were just engineers who brought in from Tesla or whatever, who Elon Musk said, do this, and then they did it, and then they gave it to us.
Okay.
Like, there's no reason to believe that they had the capacity or the interest.
Sure.
In
Okay,
doing
I have to push back. That statement is unbelievably wrong to me. Okay. So Elon Musk, a guy who just spent, $44 billion acquiring a social media platform, he has every interest in blowing out the old Twitter as much as possible. Absolutely. And the incentive is stronger there than in any other thing we possibly talked about in this conversation. Let me just finish real quick, okay? Because the incentive in the FBI is incredibly mixed because you're bringing a lot of different actors together on an executive intelligence community that was, by the way, headed by Trump ultimately. This was Trump's FBI, right? With his appointed officials. You're saying that these people were able to coordinate and conspire, but the idea that Elon Musk, who just spent all this money on Twitter and has every incentive in the world to blow the fuck out of the past Twitter staff, doesn't have the incentive there to lie. Now, to be clear, also, I'm not saying that he did. I'm not saying that you guys got bogus information or whatever, but I'm saying it's easily plausible that something like that could happen.
But isn't it?
Are you suggesting? I'm sorry. Just to clarify, are you suggesting that he had staff go through all these emails and find stuff that looked favorable to old Twitter and delete those emails before we saw them?
I'm saying that it would be trivial to do that. Yes.
How? And then, this is not something you could just do with an algorithm, I don't think, or like a keyword thing. We were like, I want to see the emails from such and such executive that mentioned myocarditis or something like that. And then they send me back 5,000 emails. How would they know which emails to delete or not get to us and then create a fake new file? Like, I mean, I guess I understand it's technically possible, but this, I think, would require actual human resources rather than a like a software program, because they don't know without reading. We had to read the things we were looking at. We were reading it to see what is of interest here, what's important, what's not important. I don't understand how they would actually be able to manipulate and send us fake bundles of emails.
Yeah, sure. So like, I don't know what you saw, so I can't say exactly, right? But let's say that I've got a database of 5,000 emails, right? And let's say that I know that you guys are doing a Twitter file thing related to Hunter Biden, right? Let's say that I search for Biden, okay? Or let's say that I search for Hunter Biden as a keyword. Let's say that this brings up maybe about 1,000 emails. Now, let's say there's 2 Twitter employees and I really don't like these guys. Let's say that in the vast majority of the emails, it's people saying things like, oh, like this story is, it's probably okay. We thought, I don't think we should censor this, blah, blah, blah. I just wipe out all the usernames of the people that I don't like.
We did see those emails. I told you about Yoel Roth's email saying this doesn't violate any of Twitter's terms of service.
Sure, I'm giving an example of how you could do this in an hour or less. It would be very easy to do it.
The information we got does not reflect this hypothetical example you're describing. We got thousands of emails, most of which were incriminating, many of which showed Twitter acting in what I, tried to describe as an admirable manner that they were trying to figure out.
Sure, but you wouldn't know. You got what they gave you. You got what they allowed you to search for. Which again, I'm trying to be clear. I'm not saying that you got bogus emails, but I'm saying it's super plausible that it could have happened. And it's interesting to me that if you were in the White House and the CIA was giving you stuff, you'd be like, I'm not sure if I got everything. I need a Snowden guy on the inside to tell me. Like, you would be hypercritical of it. But when Musk gives you things, you're like, oh, this must be everything. And then I'm going to publish what I find here.
All right. Why is it assumed that there was no liability for Elon to release all this information. I think the opposite. You could actually assume that Elon and Twitter are taking on liability by putting this information out, because potentially all these, I mean, look what happened with Berenson. I mean, he had a serious lawsuit against Twitter. Now you're opening up, thousands of people could potentially have lawsuits against Twitter. So it's not necessarily, like, yes, there are favorable aspects to doing this, but there's definitely legal risk.
No, it's absolutely favorable. Elon's whole position on the company was Twitter was ran as a hyper-partisan BS establishment that was just a tool to politicians, and I'm going to come in and I'm going to change that. And part of changing that is being unprecedentedly transparent about what happened in the past. All of these Twitter files, of course, have played favorably towards Elon Musk trying to illustrate that picture. That's the goal, right?
Right, but users could sue him. I mean...
Sue for what?
I mean, well, look at Berenson's suit.
Well, Berenson, wait, that guy's not Twitter, though.
Yeah, he is.
He is Twitter? Legally? He's the same?
No, but he sued Twitter for banning him.
I mean, anybody can sue Twitter for banning them. I mean, that case isn't going to go anywhere, probably, right? I imagine.
I think he settled with them.
He got reinstated. He successfully was let back onto the platform because of his lawsuit, and he settled. It could have, there could have been much more damage if he hadn't settled potentially. But I mean, there are hundreds of thousands of new people who potentially have grounds. Maybe there's a class action, something that comes out. Who knows? I mean, there is risk.
Wait, so I'm just curious on a macro level. Hold on, I'm curious. How many of you guys think that Elon thought these files were going to be positive versus negative? Do you really think he's like 50-50, it could go either way?
No, I'm just saying it's not as if there was no risk to him.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of risk in buying the company. There's always going to be some level of risk, of course. But I mean, like, for the most part, he thought that this was going to be massively positive PR for his new Twitter acquisition,
Of course
right?
he did. Yeah. First of all, another point of context to understand is that Twitter at that moment was like 50% staffed and falling apart, and they were trying to keep this company in fact, we were like getting a lot of pushback from the engineers because they're so irritated that they had to spend so much time with us because they were literally trying to keep this company afloat, which was like a ship that was falling apart. So like the idea that they could even spend any more time with us seems unrealistic. But to answer your question about the CIA, and to a certain extent, the question that you're asking, you could ask about any story ever written. Like, if you do a FOIA request to the CIA and you get a bunch of stuff back and a ton of it is redacted, but there is some stuff in there that you report on, is it possible that the CIA was breaking the law and not giving you all the records and finding some stuff that was even unredacted they just didn't even hand over to you? Yeah, it is possible. You can always come up with a theory that that your sources are somehow lying to you. But it's a disingenuous question. It's to a certain extent, at some point you just have to say, okay, this is the information that we have to go on, and we're going to be as transparent as possible about what the process is. And if you want to come up with a counter example about how this could have all been doctored, you're entitled to do so, just as you could do with any story on Earth.
Yeah. Okay. So my question is not disingenuous. What I worry about sometimes is hyper selective skepticism. If the CIA, if you FOIA request and it doesn't seem to match up with a lot of the reporting that you've done or a lot of the investigation you've done, I think it's totally fair to be like, I don't know if I'm getting everything that I wanted to get, or I feel like something is off here, or some of my FOIA requests bounced, they didn't actually respond back to me, or the stuff is so redacted that this is ridiculous. I'm sorry. I think it's okay to have those thoughts. And I would expect, if you're a journalist, you probably have those thoughts with almost everybody you talk to, that, of course, this motherfucker is telling me exactly what he wants me to hear about his thing, and that's why you look for corroborating sources. That's why you look for people that sometimes have incentives aligned in other directions to see that, okay, well, obviously you want me to believe this and this about your company. You're a major shareholder. Let me ask, a competitor, or let me ask somebody else in your company who's positioned differently, right? These types of things make sense to me. When I hear selective skepticism, and then on other ends I hear unlimited trust, it's oh, we were given full access, blah blah blah. It just makes me wonder sometimes, well, shouldn't we be skeptical of all things, especially as journalists, when we're given information by the companies themselves that we're going to do reporting on?
The people who we reported on are still out there, and they're still vocal. I would think that if we were leaving out huge things that had been hidden from us, Vijaya Reddy or Yoel Roth or these people, Jim Baker, would probably have said something by now, don't you think?
They have. Jack.
They're
so
no,
Jack
that's
is
not
actually
how it happened at all.
No. Jack has actually himself come out and he said, why don't you guys release all the emails that had to do with a lot of the communications? Right. He himself has said, like, there would be more context given if it wasn't just screenshots and snippets, but that if full conversation chains were released, people might have a different...
No, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if there was stuff withheld from us that was crucial to tell the story that was left out, that was, like, withheld from us by Twitter. Don't you think the people who we were specifically naming and reporting on would say, wait, hold on. That's not how it happened. There's this email I sent that said the exact opposite of what you're reporting. Like, those people are out there to fact check our stories, and I haven't heard any of them saying that anything we reported was inaccurate.
I don't know the specific names of everybody involved, but I do know that Jack Dorsey has himself said that if the full email chains should have been released without filter, that people would judge for themselves, because he felt like
that's just an opinion. That's not taking issue with anything we reported. That's not saying this thing that you reported is inaccurate.
Right. That's the thing I was going to chime. I mean, I can only speak for the stuff that I personally wrote about, because there's obviously a lot of journalists who are. But what I wrote about existed, like, that happened. So whether this hypothetical that you're saying that there was like a potentially theoretically a secret team in another room that was going through and pulling stuff out, even if that happened, what I reported on really happened. There were tweets that were taken down. I knew that because I knew about them ahead of time, that these tweets were mislabeled, and I wanted to learn about why. That was interesting to me. That's why I wanted to go there. I'm like, I had observed these things happening throughout the pandemic, so I wanted to try to figure out, see if I could have any information. Well, what actually was happening? Why did this tweet that was, labeling something, that where someone was quoting from an academic journal, and it was correct information? Why was that labeled? Why did that get taken down? Why did this doctor's account get suspended? So I mean, the things I was reporting were true. And now, if there's some additional information, that doesn't make this untrue. That may paint a different picture, which I think is what you're worried about or suggesting, that the overall narrative or framing you're saying, is molded in a certain way. But I don't know. It's just, this gets into such like I don't know. I mean, would you prefer if there was like a disclaimer that, I mean,
hold on, wait, to be clear, nothing I'm saying is, hold on, let me lean into this, okay? Because I am a really techie person, okay? Nothing that I've said so far is beyond the scope. In fact, if I had to guess, you guys probably didn't have full access to everything. And I'm only saying that just because when that many billions of dollars are involved and you guys are being brought in to write what are, to some extent, a PR puff piece for Twitter, because it's kind of what's happening, right? As you're being brought in, you have to post it on Twitter. It's probably going to have to play favorable to the new guy that just acquired Twitter. And when there are tens of billions of dollars
doesn't have to play favorable.
Yeah,
that's false. We had zero constraints were placed on me about what I could look at, as far as I'm aware, and certainly what I could write about.
But you don't know that, because you didn't have unrestricted access to the database, right? And you said it yourself, you had to put in requests for some of those emails.
I was there for 3 days. It was like, I think Schellenberger called it a smash and grab. It's like, here's what you can try to look up. But the things that I wrote about, unless it was like an entirely fabricated back end that I was looking at that was like a fake thing, these were the files from the log files. Like, I was looking at them. These were real emails.
Sure. I think everything you saw, and I think everything you saw was real. I'm not saying it wasn't real, but so, we have to be careful when there's like selective lights shined on things. One of my biggest criticisms of Assange leaking stuff about the Democratic Party was when it came time for him to leak anything about Trump, he said, oh, well, people don't like Trump anyway, so we're not going to leak anything there. And it's like, well, if you leak selectively, it's sometimes worse than getting no leaks at all, because now we think one side is really bad and the other side is really good. It might be that there's a lot of like tomfoolery that both sides are up to. So I'm not accusing you. Yeah, I'm not accusing you of lying or anything. Yeah, go ahead.
But in my reporting regarding COVID, I showed that this was Twitter's policy. Was that the anecdotes that I included supported Twitter's policies about how they wanted to label or flag certain types of content related to COVID. So I don't understand what other information, hypothetically, if Elon Musk had a team, manipulating the stuff behind the scenes that we weren't getting, an accurate portrayal of what was going on. I don't know what other information that I could have gotten that would have painted a different picture. Like, the things that I showed supported what their stated policies were. You know what I'm saying? I felt like I was reporting something that wasn't it wasn't a mystery. It was rather something that just was, it was, people just didn't know the details about how this played out. And then this helped explain, here's the process that happened about why certain tweets were taken down or why certain accounts were suspended. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, like I said, I don't think you necessarily report on anything false, but it's hard to say what other information could have like shaded things a lot differently, right?
By the way, some of these searches were also done directly in front of us. So the ones that were like gigabytes of emails or Slack messages, they had to go and run searches on. But the PV2 stuff, which is the profile viewer, like they were literally taking, they'd look up we'd say, look up this person who they'd never heard of. And they would look them up, and then they would literally like block half of the screen with their hands, which is the part with the that would violate their TOS, so that we could just see the flag like with their hands, and then like we'd be looking at the other half of the screen, which would show the history of flags on that account, and we were able to scroll down. They were doing that right in front of us, like spontaneously. There was 100% transparency, other than blocking half the screen so that they weren't.
Yeah, okay.
So giving us privileged information about users.
Yeah, I think broadly the thing that I asked before is just it would have been nice to see, I guess, a lot of the like fuller email chains released. I know that Jack had made that request. Elon himself said that they were going to release everything. I don't know if he changed his mind on that or if it just hasn't happened yet. And I also know that like some of the ex-Twitter execs that were saying anything were getting like death threats. I think that there were stories about that some of the ex-execs at Twitter were getting insane. I think one of them had to move houses.
Roth.
Oh, it might have been Yoel Roth, yeah. So I mean, like, so when you say like, well, why wouldn't these other people speak out? I mean, maybe that could be, maybe not, but yeah.
Well,
I think
Stephen,
that's go ahead.
It seems like all the more reason to speak out.
Are you really saying that you think that this amount of transparency is not ideal? Like, are you saying, like, you said a statement before, like, getting, limited access is worse than no access. And I feel like let's just at least get on the same page with, what we want for social media transparency moving forward. Like, I think that generally speaking, regardless of politics or anything, this is a positive step towards social media transparency. And other platforms, it would be good if they did a similar thing. They're probably not going to, and that's why this seems to be somewhat of a unique situation where no one is going to buy Facebook or Google. It's not even possible.
Sure.
So the fact that this transaction even occurred and there was an independent party that came in and was even willing to do this, it seems like an anomaly.
Okay. Let's say that there's a room full of 100 people, okay? And somebody walks up to me and says, there's 100 people in that room. And I go, yeah, there are. And he's like, how many of them play basketball? And I'm like, I have no idea. I just don't know. I truly don't know. Let's say that I walk into that room and I pull one guy and I say, hey, do you play basketball? And the guy's like, yeah, I do. Then let's say I come back and the guy's like, hey, how many people do you think play basketball in the room? And I go, probably all of them. I asked one and he said, probably all do. If I'm extrapolating from that position, I was actually more correct when I had no information than when I just gathered a little bit of information. I think that we have a big problem in our media reporting environment where sometimes people feel like getting small snippets of information is better than nothing. But I think the problem is small snippets of information can actually send you down a more misleading direction than just not having any of the information at all. And that's the kind of stuff that I try to look out for sometimes. I'm a little bit worried.
That's a weird portrayal. I mean, we were given gigabytes of information that took us days to scroll through, and we were only touching the stuff the searches that we were asking for. We could ask for anybody and they would come back with all those returns. So like, unless your theory that we were like treated to a curated Potemkin village of data is true, then this seems like the opposite of what you're talking about.
Okay, so
I feel like you're not even actually arguing this point.
Well, okay.
I feel like you sort of are, but aren't really. You're sort of arguing it for the sake of arguing it a little bit.
Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to be polite, okay? If I was a journalist and I was tasked with doing something like this, okay, I'm never in my entire life going to write a story about a company based solely on the information the company gives me. Full stop. I can't even, if I think really long, maybe, but I cannot think of a single example that would ever break that model in my mind. I am never going into Exxon's offices, having one of their engineers show me what they've done, and then publishing a story on Exxon's platform, released on their website about Exxon. I would never do that. That's called PR. I don't do PR for people. If I was a journalist—
Would you not do a story on the CIA based on records from the CIA?
Absolutely not. You would corroborate. You would investigate. Maybe the CIA says that we've got information.
No, I'm talking about raw data. Like,
oh no, not only you corrupt
between CIA agents.
No, you would probably reach out to the people for comment, or you would reach out to affected parties, or you would reach out to any other type of like, let's say that you found these emails going through some email system, you'd reach out to the emailers to verify something, right? You would always corroborate. If the CIA released stuff and they said, hey, here's exactly what happened with JFK and here's 7 emails for it or whatever, I wouldn't go, oh, cool, it's settled. And you guys wouldn't either. You'd say, hold on, I want to see who you were talking to. I want to see who delivered these letters. I want to find out. I'm going to corroborate this 100% because I'm not going to, why would I only trust, what?
We had all that. We had all of this information. We had all the raw data. That's what we were reporting on.
But you only were reporting on raw data from Twitter. And unless I missed it on some of the other threads, the threads were about Twitter from information gotten from Twitter.
We were reporting on the internal deliberations by Twitter employees on these events and on these flagged tweets and the meetings with FBI. All of that information was in their Slack messages. It was in their emails. It was like, I don't know, like,
so here's a question.
Going back in time and bugging their offices, like, I don't know what else we would.
I can think of so many other things. So here's like a really easy question, and I might have missed it in the threads, but also, at any point in any of these Twitter threads, was anybody from the FBI contacted and asked for comment? Wouldn't that be like a really easy way to like expand on, like, because if you've got emails from people working at the FBI, why not like reach out and say, hey, you sent this email about this. Why not give me some more information on what this was about?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I haven't asked each of the reporters if they've emailed Elvis Chan, so I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I mean, like, that seems it would be like a starting point, because maybe the FBI, and like the nice thing about that is you might be able to build something even more nefarious. Maybe you ask an FBI guy, like, you emailed this thing, what was that about? And maybe the guy tells you, like, well, in the FBI we actually have a program where, you know, we do this particular. Now, I don't have really much information, but I'm just saying that might even give you better leads to even more like foul play that's going on potentially. You know,
it feels like what you're saying is that based on the possibility that this is that we were given, like, this was an elaborate hoax and conspiracy by the FBI to pull the wool over our eyes. What we reported was therefore ipso facto a puff piece for Twitter, and that we were just doing Elon Musk's PR for him.
Yes, that's what I think.
Yeah, I find that like wild and also offensive. Like, do you think we have no integrity? Like, we're going in there. And
if I was writing a story about something, I would of course reach out for
Elon Musk.
Yeah, of course. It's the Twitter files are Elon Musk. Yeah, I mean, like, it feels like that's essentially what's.
Because he's an interested party. Do you think that any investigative reporter reporting on anything is not getting their sources from interested parties?
Not only you corroborate.
Everybody who leaks information has an agenda. Everybody who meets you in a parking lot, in a dark parking lot, to give you secret information has an agenda.
Yeah.
Every source you get information from has an agenda. The difference here is that Elon Musk's agenda was transparent and known to everybody in the world.
Well, wait, what is
Everybody
Elon?
knew what his agenda
what
was.
is Elon Musk's agenda?
To discredit the old Twitter regime.
And more specifically, his interest is to earn money, right? His interest is to grow the value of Twitter as a company, right? Part of that project is having journalists come on and write pieces on his platform about Twitter. So ostensibly, you're doing public relations for Twitter to try to grow the value of the company. You're functioning almost as like a PR agent for Twitter. That's essentially what it is, right?
No, there's no contract in regards to that at all. So you can't just throw the label PR at something that there's no PR contract. That's not what the agreement was.
I don't know. I can't imagine. I can never imagine reading communication with people not reaching out to anybody for comment and then publishing all of it on the platform that's giving you the information. That seems like PR to me. That's what it feels like. I could be wrong, but that's.
Yeah, I think it's crazy to assume that comments were not requested throughout the Twitter files. I would almost guarantee that's not true.
And not a single person in any of these things had anything to say about them?
They did. The FBI responded. I mean, the FBI responded.
Responded is not did more digging or got a request for the story. Of course, people responded to them.
What their comments are? We have their unredacted data. We have their communications. Like, you could ask for their opinion. They could put their spin on it. But the data is what the data is.
Right.
It might have been
their emails. We have their Slack messages.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to my reporting, which is just that, like, this stuff happened. I sort of worked backwards. I knew there were I had a list of, 100 miles long of different tweets and different accounts that were flagged along the way. And I wanted to deconstruct to understand for myself and for the public how this happened. So there was no one for me to contact. I already knew, I was in touch with these people. I mean, the evidence was what it was. I mean, I communicated with several of the people whose tweets and accounts were affected that I reported on. So I guess one of the things is there's a whole variety of reporting that you mentioned, which is a good point in the beginning. How do we feel about having everything under the umbrella of the Twitter files? Because there's a variety of different things being reported. So maybe in one sense they do all belong under one umbrella, and in another sense there's we're sort of merging a bunch of things together. But other than the stipulation that the reporting first has to go on the platform of Twitter, there was no relationship that I had with Twitter. There was no financial arrangement. There was no agreement. There was no NDA. It was just like the anomaly of this ultra rich billionaire buys the company and is like, here, I'm giving you access, with these particular very tedious tools to try, to look up what happened, how were decisions made prior to my arrival. I don't know. I mean, there's nothing that I reported on that's possibly in dispute that I'm aware of. Like it literally happened.
I mean, I've had people write articles on me. Usually if I'm an affected party, at least somebody emails me like, hey, this is being published by end of day tomorrow. Do you have a comment or whatever? But yeah, I mean, I understand if it's a different way of going about things.
Well, at least with my reporting, there was no one for me to reach out to. I mean, there was an email that happened internally, unless we are questioning the actual veracity of the email itself, that it was a fabricated email that Elon Musk's team made up in part of this 1,000 email file, that it was fake. Aside from that, there was nothing. The reporting for me was on what happened at Twitter, what decisions were made, and how did this process take place that led to certain information, certain content on the website being flagged or suppressed in one way or another.
Sure, yeah, I understand. But again, even for so did you ever reach out to Michael Kratsios or whatever? Is that how you pronounce his name?
I did not.
Yeah, so this was a guy who you said was from the Trump White House that was specifically making calls to combat misinformation around 5G cell phone towers, runs on grocery stores, misinformation that could stoke panic buying. That seems like a really interesting guy to talk to. Like, well, when you guys are making these specific requests, how were they made? Like, maybe he says something to you where he's like, well, when we go to Twitter and we ask them about this, if they don't cooperate, they know that subpoenas are coming later, and we don't pay them for subpoena work. Like, an answer like that would have been like, oh my God. Now, if you'd reached out to him and he said that, and now you've got a blue-haired asshole like me asking you, what do you mean by pressure? You could say, well, actually, Destiny, Michael Kratsios from the Trump administration told me that if they don't get cooperation from Twitter, when we make these requests that we pay them for, we actually come in with subpoenas afterwards, and that work is way more arduous for them. So they kind of do have to, that would be, then I'd be like, oh, well, fuck me, you got me there, I guess. Like, that does sound like a form of soft pressure that would be real. I guess there's the kinds of comments that would be really interesting to see. Yeah.
I agree with you 100% on that. I think it would have been better if I had reached out to him. I don't know if I would have gotten a reply. Oftentimes as a journalist, I mean, more often than not, when I'm writing something, particularly with government officials, I'm usually met with either a no comment or literally no reply at all.
Sure.
But I think you're 100% right. I think it would have, if I had been able to connect with him and get him to respond to that characterization, I think that would have been better. You're right.
Hey, look, it's not over. Like those requests.
Right, I still could reach out to him. Yeah,
sure.
But you're right. I wish I had done that, Destiny. I think I'm totally with you on that.
And Stephen, I'm curious, are you glad the Twitter files are out?
Kind of, but I have to I have to extrapolate for it. One of the worries, so I'm going to have the exact opposite conclusions of you guys, but one of my worries was there was actually a whole bunch of super partisan bullshitty behavior that was going on inside Twitter, that when certain accounts were showing up, that Jack and others were like, fuck Republicans, we're going to take these accounts offline or whatever. But instead, despite some of the headline tweets, what I actually saw was I was pleasantly surprised with how much discord was happening inside Twitter as they were trying to navigate the incredibly complicated media environment that was our prior presidential election season.
I mean,
I was too.
Overall, the rebellion within Twitter was relatively small.
There was a lot of conversation. Like, they were literally on the Hunter Biden, they were literally saying, like, if we censor this on the hack materials, does it even really qualify for that? Like, we're not sure. Like, it was some pretty hardcore. It was way more than I expected to find. I thought it was just going to be like, yeah, this is like, it looks really bad, and I don't think we should have this on our platform and just censor it. They were going really hard. And also, I expected that they would have kowtowed to the IC way more than they did too. I didn't know that the FBI was shooting off these huge lists to Twitter, and they were like, fuck the FBI. We're not banning these people. I don't even see good reason to. I was really surprised. I wouldn't have expected to see that from inside Twitter. Maybe because I've listened to so much conservative media, I thought they were all more way hyper-partisan than that, and they would have just been banning whatever was shipped off to them from the FBI. So I was pleasantly surprised, but yeah.
So what you're saying is that we told a nuanced story, a complex human story of what was happening in this organization.
No, I'm saying that I had to read
read
in deeper and use a little bit of extrapolation to get there, because every single, or 85% of the people that read the Twitter profile, or I'm sorry, the Twitter files, came away the exact opposite opinion that I have.
We're not responsible for what people conclude on Twitter based on like a cursory reading of what. All we're responsible for is what we reported, and the stuff that you read that led you to that conclusion were screenshots of emails that we posted.
Yeah, we have a totally different view. I would say you're absolutely responsible. I think we are responsible. Like, we exist in, like, if I'm writing a piece, the only reason I'm writing that piece, I'm not just like shooting stuff out into the ether. I want to communicate an idea that I have in my brain based on what I found to you. And if I'm trying to communicate something and over half the people are walking away with an idea that's incongruent with what I'm thinking in my mind, I failed as a writer. That would be my feeling on it. But
we're responsible for what we report and what we write. Like, if you can find stuff where you say this is wrong, this is factually wrong what you wrote a lie, then absolutely, we own that. But I haven't heard you say that. What you're saying is the overall thrust in the ether, in the zeitgeist of the Twitter files, led some people to a conclusion which is hyper-partisan, when in fact the story was much more complicated, and there was in fact internal pushback within Twitter, et cetera, all of which you gleaned from our reporting.
Well, so to be clear, I opened with that the ending conclusion to Schellenberger's Twitter thread, the one that I thought we were going to focus on today, that we kind of did, is when he said, in the end, the FBI's influence campaign aimed at executives at news and media, Twitter, and other social media companies worked. They censored and discredited the Hunter Biden laptop story. I would consider that statement a lie.
It's all true. What's a lie in it?
That the FBI had an influence campaign aimed at censoring and discredit.
An influence campaign. We've gone over this 5 times. They knew that the Hunter Biden laptop was real. They knew that the story was legitimate, but they went on a tour of all these social media companies. They had meetings with top-level executives saying that a big disinformation dump was coming. Mm-hmm. Then the Twitter files, then the Hunter Biden laptop story in the New York Post came out. Mm-hmm. It was censored. And then the IC organized a bunch of like former retired intelligence people to say this has all earmarks of a Russian disinformation op after it was censored. That sounds like an influence campaign to me.
That might be, but earlier I asked about evidence. You said you've given me evidence. The only evidence you've given me is a timeline.
I don't know what you want. Like
any other piece of evidence
to come out and say I'm a conspiracy theorist.
It could be
I orchestrated this whole conspiracy. Lock me up. We've given it a timeline. There's documentary evidence to show each point. We've laid it out. Mm-hmm. You can come up with your own conclusion, but you just said that our referring to that series of events as an FBI influence campaign is a lie.
Well, an FBI influence campaign to censor and discredit like politically partisan material. Like, of course,
they absolutely ran an influence campaign to censor and discredit the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Okay.
That's exactly what I just laid out. That is a series of events that I laid out. Was an influence campaign by the FBI, who knew that the story was real, to discredit a true story to people who didn't know, who didn't have access to these social media execs who did not have access to the information, who had no choice but to just take the FBI's word for it, and it worked.
You said you just said no choice but to take the FBI's word for it. I mean, they had choice. We're kind of going back and forth on this.
They had no information with which to say, no, I think you're full of shit. So at that point, the FBI comes to your office. They say, we have reason to believe that this Russian disinformation dump is coming. Yeah, you really have no choice. You can say you're the FBI.
They do. Stop saying they have no choice. They did have a choice. They rebuked the FBI at so many different steps based on all of the reporting on here.
I'm saying they had no information with which to doubt the FBI's version of events, and which put the FBI at a big advantage, saying this story is coming. We think it's Russian propaganda, referring to a true story that they know to be true. And that story comes and it got censored.
Even if Twitter did have choice, Stephen, it doesn't change that the veracity of the last statement. If the FBI had an influence campaign to censor and
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I need to. I'm.
Oh yeah,
over
we
my
can
time
we
here.
can wrap this up. Yeah, that's right. Because we're kind of circling around it too. I want to let you guys give a shout out to your stuff at least if you're for David if you want to if you have to take off
Yeah, I mean I'm on Twitter and Substack, David Zweig at Substack or whatever, however the phrasing is.
Okay, cool.
Great plug.
That's like the worst plug.
You need a more like a spelling friendly like last name. I feel like it'd be hard to look your stuff up.
EWEIG.
Yeah.
All right. I'm on Twitter at L Woodhouse, and my Substack is public.substack.com. And by the way, this got heated, but I really appreciate the conversation and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I appreciate it for you guys too. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. And thanks, Bill, for bringing it all together and everything. Yeah.
Hit up if you want to come to the Austin event and kind of go next level on this. Check out festival.minds.com and you can get tickets. We'd love to have you.
Yeah, real quick. If Leighton and David want to take off, we can chat about that for a second, Bill. If you want to plug the event more. Yeah.
Yeah. Your hangout. Yeah.
Thanks, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate the conversation, guys. Yeah.
I like being pressed on all these issues. You ask interesting questions and push it in interesting directions, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate the convo, guys.
Okay.
Thanks, Bill.
Bye.
Later.
Whoa. Oh.
Slow Skype.
Okay. Now that I have you here and we're here, because we've never like formally like actually promoted any of these fucking events, have you emailed me or do you want to email me like a link to where, if people want to buy tickets and come and show?
It's in this room. Do you see in the chat in this room the link to the Vulcan?
Give me 1 second.
In the chat for the room that we're in.
Oh yeah, I see it up here. Yeah, link to
Yeah,
it.
you can paste that into the chat so people can know where to get tickets. And yeah, it's at the Vulcan, which is a really cool comedy club in Austin.
Gotcha. Hold on. Okay. So this is an event that I'm going to be at. I think at least one of these guys was going to be there as well, right?
Leighton
Leighton is going to be there too. Yeah. What other big ticket debates? Who else is going to be there? Sell it to them. Make them buy tickets.
So we've got on that panel, let's see. So that panel is you, me, we got Brian Callen, Leighton, and sxWEk. So, the sxWEk element in that debate will be very fun because I'm sure he's pushing the narrative that you're discussing. And then earlier on, we're doing just like a change my mind with audience members. So anyone out there who wants to try to hop on stage, not too many people are going to be able to come on, but we're going to do some of that with Chris Williamson, who's got a really cool podcast.
I'm doing a show with him before the event, actually. Yeah, people have seen me on his show. He's a really cool guy, yeah.
He's really cool. Also, Peter Boghossian, Daryl Davis, and Matthew Israeli from who's the founder of the Post Millennial. So that'll be like more freeform, but I think it's going to be really interesting. We've got one talking about social media moderation with Eliza Blue, Ian Crossland, and Luke Radowski. And you, if you want to be on that one too. I don't know if you've seen all of the nonstop trending of the Eliza Blue situation.
I got linked 2 articles, and it honest to God looked schizophrenic to me. So I don't even know anything about any of that shit. Holy fuck!
Before any of that exploded, and so it's kind of just been an interesting thing, and we'll see what happens. We're gonna try to lay out both sides as much as possible, but it's on nuclear. It's really insane.
Cool. All right. Well, that's a killer lineup for the event. I've linked it. I'll link it again in chat. I will be there if you guys want to buy tickets I think it's at April 15th.
April 15th. Yep.
Cool.
April 15th, which is a Saturday. Cool, man. Yeah. Thanks for having us. I think that was a great debate. I mean, I enjoyed it.
It was super fun. Yeah. Hopefully I didn't piss anybody off too much, but.
No, I think it'll be interesting to decide like what we can come up with in between now and then to kind of maybe get to a better place. Like, I also think I'm curious if you are you sticking to the fact that you think that last line was a lie? Like I feel like the saying lie is a little bit volatile, to be honest.
Here, this is my world philosophy. Okay, I think that the biggest problem that we have right now in Western politics, probably in worldwide politics, is we have a really hard time understanding each other's motivations. When liberals want to expand the power of government, it's because they want to have a dystopian future where they control your life. And when Republicans want to take back power from government, it's because they want homeless people to be dying on the streets because they hate homeless people. We ascribe these horrible motivations to everybody. And I guess when I read through some people that are writing pieces on each other, I like to start from the point that, and I've gotten so many emails from people working in intelligence communities that like most of these dudes, like they show up to work, they want to do these jobs, they want to do their best. And like, yeah, like sometimes weird stuff happens, but for the most part, everybody's trying to do a good job. So when people present these things as like these huge conspiratorial things where the FBI is moving in this hyper partisan way to try to like do this really malicious action, it's like, oof, like that could happen, but I need really strong evidence for that claim. And without that evidence, we're all just kind of like driving each other into these holes. And I think that there's so much evidence out there that shows that like Twitter and the IC are legitimately trying to do the best job they can. They are really scared of all this crazy foreign misinformation of all these companies being set up in the US. And like sometimes people make mistakes, unfortunately. I think the censoring of the Hunter Biden story, I think that was a mistake. Jack Dorsey said it was a mistake. I think most people agree that they probably shouldn't have ever cut it from Twitter. But reading so maliciously into it just like primes everybody to fucking hate each other. And I try to push back on that when I can. Yeah.
I think that they don't have the authority to just create their own process out of nowhere. And they have to, like, the law has to evolve so that a new process is created. Like, just because, they're in good faith, like, trying to handle this craziness of foreign influence and COVID, and like, that doesn't mean they can just manufacture a new process. So that's one last point. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was, because at the New York City event last time, you mentioned, like, these events are constantly just anti-establishment people on both sides talking to each other. And I just do want to say that I'm still waiting to hear from NBC, but I have a specific NBC reporter who wants to come and made a request to come, and he's still waiting on permission. So I'll say this. I don't necessarily want to say his name right now, but he said that he already said that they said he can't speak.
Sure.
But he did request to come cover the event, which is still up in the air. So point being, like, we really are trying to hit up, more kind of mainline media. And, if anyone out there are listening and want to participate, just, hit me up.
Cool.
Hit us up. All right.
Thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate it. It's been fun.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep. See you later. Bye. Jeez. Sorry, I'm just reading interesting things. Sorry. Okay. What I don't know if I'm crazy or not. I feel like I feel like I went hard enough. I think that was hard enough. I think I went hard enough on that. I feel pretty okay about that. I had to think a lot about it in the end there, if I was going to start to pull back or not, because I feel like I was when they started, because you're doing PR for Elon. You are, right? That's what you are doing. And the idea that you would do that for any other company, that like, okay, we're gonna write a piece on ExxonMobil. Okay, cool. Well, what are you gonna do? Well, we've got 3 days. We're gonna go in a room with some Exxon engineers. We're gonna ask for some emails. They're gonna show us stuff, and then based on what they say, we're gonna publish a whole piece on that and their effects on the environment. And it's like, what? That's wild to me. That's so crazy to me. What makes you go harder than usual or lighter than usual? How do you toe the line? I'm not sure. I don't know. I guess I just try to feel it out. I don't want to like shit on anybody. But like, that's some pretty wild journalism. If it's just like, I didn't reach out to a single person for comment. All of the Twitter headlines are highly ideologically driven, and then to say, well, there's no agenda here, but are like, I don't know, this seems a little. I don't know. One of those things that really gets the noggin jogging. There's also been no FBI response to this other than a statement by an unnamed source to Fox News, by the way. Weird shit. Oh. Thoughts on Borzois, the dog breed? I have no idea. You gonna read in the Eliza Blue story? I have no idea. I don't know anything about that story. The data was raw. Can I explain stuff, Pisco? Yeah, give me a second. Hold on. Yeah, give me 1 second and we'll... I don't know what we're doing for us today. We'll figure it out. I'll be back 1 second.
Destiny Wiley. When did sxWEk lose so much weight? If you think the government is benevolent, you're delusional. Mark Zuckerberg admitted to Meta shadow banning the Hunter Biden laptop for the FBI of Gungeri. They 100% have the ability to disappear people and content on social. NY Post, Giuliani, and Ben Honor, who hushed the story. They refused to share hard drive copies for tilde 2 years equals no one could verify story equals less coverage. White people happy. This is my last sub before I'm married. White people happy. Or these guys naive? Every journalist working on these files is an anti-establishment guy. Do they think this was actually about transparency? I'm still trying to figure out what evidence Destiny is using for the basis of his premise. It just seems like a god of the gaps argument, where the gap in knowledge equals PR hoax. This is hilarious, mind-blowing, and kinda depressing. Wild. So the argument could be you should reach out to the people in the emails and communications, but there doesn't seem to be any evidence for the hoax. Post them red faces, chat.
Oh shit! I got really bored, guys. I just blew my whole load on the front of this stream. This game sucks. I don't think it's worth playing. I'm killing this save. Goodbye. Oh, 18.5-minute Kerbal Space Program 2 trailer? Yeah.
Hello everybody, and welcome. Together with the announcement that Kerbal Space Program 2 will launch in early access on February 24th, 2023, we also got a closer look at the new user interface, or at least the current state of it. I already did videos on what early access means for KSP2 and highlighted 10 things we learned from the new footage that was...
Wait, I don't care about this video, never mind. We got this, Hunterbind, this. New Factorio-esque game just released. Oh, wow. I feel like there's 50... Am I crazy? Or have like 50 million of these little like resource optimizer games come out over the past like year? New Moo Kitty? Oh, I already watched it, loser. There's a Star Sector. Don't Star Sector me. No. That's an actual stream destroyer, because it's like a boring game, but I have to focus hardcore on it. So you get to watch a boring game that you don't understand, and I can't interact with chat at all. You watch this Seth guy on YouTube.
Hey people, Seth here. Today, I'll be covering a very niche, very infamous, and very autistic game that everyone's asked me to cover since day one. A game where you and many other real, living people with questionable social intelligence roleplay together on the worst space station in the universe, where aliens, shapeshifters, and traitors working for rival corporations are the least of your concern, where the greatest threat to your own existence are your own crew members. Hungry? Come to the station canteen, where the food is definitely poisoned. Injured? Head on down to medical, where half a medication has been relabeled as happy pills. Discouraged? You can try taking a painkiller instead, but it wasn't a painkiller, it was LSD. Having a bad trip? Don't worry, there's a security officer nearby to help, but he can't respond because he was murdered and replaced by a genetically modified monkey wearing his uniform. Hallucinating? Keep calm and focus on what's real.
Steven, do you like the band Polyphia?
The
Check out their latest with Steve Vai.
Wow. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose 1 sec. Watch the President Sunday v Erudite video. Okay, the problem is I'm kind of bored of Factorio now, and I can't watch videos about everything they play in the background, so I don't know how I'm supposed to watch any videos.
supermassive black hole expanding towards you is not...
Meet your maker.
By diverting the raiders' eyesight somewhere else and catching them from behind.
Dark and Darker. I look at the Dark and Darker game, and every time I look at a stream, It looks like they're always in like the same like 2 rooms. I have no idea what the fuck that game is about. Seth's entire cancer and immunology lecture, final stream. What? What is this?
It takes a very particular kind of idiot. It takes a very particular kind of idiot that I literally did not hit the stream button. Well, I guess I'm exactly on time. Maybe a minute late. Very sorry about that.
No, maybe did we see this before? I think I remember actually.
Sequence out of COVID-19, and that was it. That was the final statement. There was no further investigations. There was no further.
What is fervor? It's like a British thing to front your THs like that. Why does he do that? He's not British, is he?
Investigations about the origins. And essentially, this HLA is going to be expressed on the surface of every cell. On the surface of every cell, you've got...
because he's a troll. Okay. Jesus. Have you seen any of the controversy around the game Atomic Heart? Well, I feel like I heard about it a long time ago. I have no idea. Damn, has Marvel done like anything since the Iron Man dude died? Or how's their shit coming along? I totally stopped caring about every superhero thing ever. I don't even think I... No, I did like Iron Man, but that's kind of weird. Okay. Ant-Man 3? The whole concept behind Ant-Man is just so fucking boring. Maybe it's a cool movie. I don't know. Autistic background game with permadeath hardcore. Super hard only for hardcore gamers. Marvel's Midnight Suns. Forsen.
It's gonna be way harder to locate than Magic Fortress. But it's dead regardless if you go for it. And it's not the real fortress, so it doesn't really matter. Even if you know it's gonna be a...
Zoomer Slulu, when Nub plays Minecraft,
nice.
That's a big problem.
Blacksmith. It doesn't really matter. Even if you know it's gonna be a...
Zoomer Slulu, when Nub plays Minecraft,
nice.
That's a big problem.
Blacksmith.
don't care.
Mechanics. Sure, it still feels like XCOM 2.
Total biscuit. Rip.
But it feels like XCOM 2 with so much more and so many new advanced features and
We already did XCOM 2 Long War, I thought, didn't we?
And I barely scratched the surface in this video of what's new. That's a damn good feeling to have when it's a game that you enjoy.
I don't remember if this was a viewership killer or not. I don't think you guys want this. I don't think this would be good for stream. Jesus. Playing Noida? I never liked that. Every game is a stream killer unless you're... Games that I can kind of play in the background while watching stuff or talking to people are stream revitalizers. Games that require my full attention are generally stream killers. Unless there might be like super entertaining games. Yeah. I really love Endless Legend, and I don't know how to explain why I like it so much. Cool. Tier Rust incorporates Factorio? What? The era of automation? Oh my god, it's belts. I have no idea what any of this does, but okay. Disco Elysium. People recommend that one a lot.
Okay. Some pretty hefty rolls to beat.
Oh god, it looks so boring.
Heterosexual life partners.
Wait, what? The entire economic system.
Most kills ever. World record full game. 312. Why is this guy like a giant? Holy shit. This guy's 6 feet tall and everyone else is 5'11". True. Damn. Why don't like 20 people just use bows and just shoot at people? Did you ever try Frostpunk? Yeah, but Frostpunk was like that was like an 800 viewer game. That was an ultimate Steam killer. Or stream killer. Oh no, wait, Frostpunk was fun. Wait, I'm thinking of what am I thinking of? There was another one that was set in like the snow that was like a that was just very slow. Wasteland 3, that was it. That was a kind of a fun game though. I'm sad I didn't finish that. Wait, is Frostpunk 2 out? Announcement trailer 1 year ago. Does that mean that there is no Frostpunk 2 or? Frostpunk 2. Coming soon. Oh.
The world turned against us. Yet, we survived. We brought heat to our homes. We healed our sick. We fed our children. Some say we broke our promise.
This game's not even out. I don't know why I'm watching this trailer.
Some say we betrayed our brothers.
Darkest Dungeon 2? I don't like the gameplay loop of Darkest Dungeon 2 as much. I don't think I'm gonna end up playing that one. Darkest Dungeon 1 was probably one of my favorite games. It was a really, really good game. I just don't like Darkest Dungeon 2.
It's us, not them, who brought us this far. And those who make sacrifices today will reap the rewards of tomorrow.
They're still working on Darkest Dungeon 2? I don't care if they're still working on it. I just don't like the gameplay loop. I just don't like it fundamentally. There's nothing that they could change to make it like a game. Stardew Valley's gotten badass updates. Darkwood. God, this was probably one of the, I don't know what it was. This is just one of my favorite games of all time. I don't even know why. I don't know if it was that good. It just did a really good job at like having a very spooky, creepy environment.
I'm sold on this.
The story, like the Eastern Europeanness. Just such a good game. Fuck. It was such a good game. Fuck, this was such a good game. I don't know why. Darkwood was so good. Did you just have a fucking speech impediment in your typing? I unironically with Destiny would play Stardew Valley. I with Destiny would play Stardew Valley. Auction not included? Shut the fuck up, bro. How many hours do I have in this game? Auction not included? 962 hours. Fuck off. Did you notice that Charlie edited himself out of the frame when you said something that could be taken out of context? They do a really bad job at attacking majority groups and just making them feel like shit over and over and over again. You know, fuck men, all their rapists, white people, whites, we need the white genocide, we need the genocide, we need to, champion minorities, and everything is about slavery, and everything is about white people, blah, 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 blah. And you repeat this type of rhetoric over and over again. At some point, Did he censor me out, or does he do it a lot where he cuts to one person talking? I don't think he censored me out. He probably
So
just...
you mentioned red pill. I mentioned red pill a couple times. And now it truly is. It is the cliche advice of be yourself is what I tell myself most often.
But you craft yourself
exactly.
into,
And it's,
I think people just do this on podcasts sometimes.
problem is I'm pretty sure you probably develop a lot of your socialization skills.
Yeah. Play another Paradox game? I'm just not a big fan of like 4X games. I don't like them that much. Did you play Subnautica? I played the first one. Did I beat it? I don't remember if I beat it or not. I remember getting bored of it.
Here I am with the new game Harry Potter Legacy. Sorry about that, everybody. I did not know about the whole situation behind that game, so instead we're going to be playing the new Rick and Morty game. I feel like I need to apologize again. I did not know that the dude who makes that game was a sexual weirdo, so instead we're going to be playing Overwatch 2. Okay, apparently the team behind Overwatch was doing some really messed up stuff behind the scenes, so... Okay, apparently the team behind Assassin's Creed was doing some really messed up stuff. Okay, apparently the director on that game was fired for unspeakable acts, so we're doing Dead Space. I did not know that EA was funding a blood diamond mining operation. I am now trending on Twitter. People are calling me more evil than Voldemort, so instead we're going to be playing. Sonic fans are now attempting to sue me for defamation. I don't think that's how it works, but just to be safe, we're going to be playing Last of Us Part 2 instead. Gamers, I made a big mistake. I'm getting in a lot of trouble today. I did not realize Last of Us 2 was a woke type game, so instead we're playing the most unwoken game, Sleeping Dogs. I did not know that Square Enix had retroactively added NFTs to that game, so instead we're playing WWE 2K22. That was a fucking disaster. Apparently Hulk Hogan has been saying crazy shit. I don't want any kind of evil energy on this video, so we're going back to the classic SmackDown vs. Raw 2004. This is a different, non-controversial game with no... So today we're going to be playing Fortnite, where I am going to be using the Will Smith skin. I just now found out about the Will Smith situation, so instead we're going to be playing... I just don't like Valorant, so instead I'm playing Bad Boys 2. I'm sorry to all my fans that were upset about the previous game. I forgot that Bad Boys 2 also had Will Smith in it, so instead we're going to be playing the Shark Tale. Even though it wasn't Will Smith who voiced him in the video game, I feel like just out of respect to the families, I shouldn't play that game. That was a bad call. We're playing Gex. This game is rated E. It's a classic game. Everybody here loves Gex. This is the only game I trust.
Ah, ancient Chinese level. I'm Tom Wu. You can be a millionaire. Dr. Jones, you will never get all 3 chakra stones. With a level 6, you get aggro.
Today we're going to be playing Spider-Man 2.
Good one.
I can't see. I can't. Right.
Peggy 3.
This is just like the game Tanks or whatever, right? Oh, hold up. Older people in here think this is based on worms, okay? Y'all didn't know, okay? Y'all didn't know what we used to play back in the day, okay? Back in the day, okay? We played Scorched Earth. We actually did have to run this from the command line. Well, it was the start menu technically, but it was like, whatever, same thing. This was worms before worms, motherfuckers. Where are my Scorched Earth boys at? This is Oliveira in what is being called the biggest underdog story in StarCraft 2 history. Without ever winning a major tournament, he took down several of the world's best players, including the best for each StarCraft race, to become world champion. Must be a Protoss player. Are they? I have no idea.
You don't need like ESL champion. I think I'm just a like normal man, and you know,
Terran,
I'm
even worse.
Maybe tomorrow
Every race
I wake
Blizzard
up,
gets worse.
It's
Okay.
like a dream, and it doesn't matter. Like you're world champion or maybe not world champion.
Oh, is this Smix? Damn, she still does
I just
hosting for
lost.
StarCraft events. That's cool.
And you my heart. 我等到这个世界冠军太久了。去年真的很难。我上次0杠6输的时候，我觉得心理争霸对我来说已经结束了。但是
He's sad because he knows how bullshit his race is, and he's like, I want to feel good about the win, but honest to God, I made a ton of Marines quicker than other people could handle, and what am I supposed to say? Like, good unit.
上一次我一直我告诉我自己，我可以再多练习，我可以再多练习。如果有一天真的拿到世界冠军了，或许可以证明给大家。And I want to say English to everyone.
Destiny, try not to sexualize women challenge level impossible. I said, oh wow, damn, it's Smix. She's still doing StarCraft 2 events. That's cool. What part of that was sexualization? What?
Like, even you still are normal people, you still can be world champion, and no one trusts you.
You thought you said she's mixed? No, it's Smix. That's her name. Smix, isn't it? Oh, so you killed it. Smix had everybody in tier. Yeah, fuck you.
You don't need ESL champion. You don't need like ESL champion. I think I'm just a like normal man, and
Returnal comes to PC in like 2 days of you playing it. Wasn't Returnal like a game we saw a long time ago that looked cool? When you're playing StarCraft 2 with Ayla, does she do that? Before you buy.
Fast and
Wow. Woman, it's a woke game. Nice.
frantic action, a dazzling display of thousands of bullets in a multitude of shapes and sizes, and glorious, glorious particle effects. These hallmarks are what Housemarque games are all about, and Returnal certainly checks all of those boxes, but it's also its most ambitious effort yet. A PS5 exclusive third-person shooter with an incredible sense of exploration and discovery, rich atmosphere, and shootouts that remain fresh and rewarding throughout the multiple playthroughs needed to beat its roguelike campaign and unlock the secrets that remain beyond its credits. A good run takes a bit too long for something you have to complete in one sitting, but the reward for making that commitment is
And we are back with another episode of Before You Buy, the show where we give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. Hey folks, it is...
Was this Nier Replicant game any good?
Today, we are talking about the Nier Replicant re-release. As you probably know, I'm a huge fan of the Nier series.
Hades seems more like a game for you. I played that game a lot. I already played it. We're good. But it was fun. It was a good game.
And am grateful to be doing this one for you. So before we get into the nitty-gritty of Nier Replicant, let's talk a little bit about its history. Nier Replicant was originally released for the Xbox 360 and the PS3 way back in 2010 in the US. And the original Nier is a game that built up a strong cult following over the years. It was a game with some unique and interesting ideas, but it was stuffed into a kind of archaic package. So it's been just over 10 years, and after the surprise success of the follow-up, Nier Automata, the original game has been remade as Nier Replicant, version 1.22474487.139. A name that is as idiosyncratic as the series creator, Yoko Taro. For simplicity's sake, we're just calling it Nier Replicant, even though that's technically the name of the Japanese PS3 version. We never got that version over here, so we're just gonna call it that. We don't want to get into numbers every single time. In a lot of ways, this version of the game...
Hold on. Alert, hold on. We have an 8-minute Forsen Nether run. 1 second.
It's a beast.
It's electric.
With an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
He's already got his blaze rods. Oh. Okay. Nice jump. Is Pearl talking about Stalker or Esther stalking her? No, I saw that post on my subreddit, but I didn't click on it. Is it a good post? Oh my god, guys. He's like on... He's on the run. Run status, yes.
That's crazy.
Oh no. Oh no. Forsen, careful. Okay. Oh, okay. He's good, dude. Wasn't there some Final Fantasy mod you wanted to play? Wait, was there? Oh my god. He's god moding it, guys. Who is this player? Oh my god, is it Moon Moon? Did he swap the cameras? He's locked in. He's unstoppable. Oh my god, look at him navigate through the lava. New threat FF7 mod is S tier. Makes the game so fun and actually challenge. Oh no, don't challenge me, dude. Really? Careful. You're good.
Holy shit, dude. No bashing has appeared yet.
Careful. What's he doing? Is he going the right way? Why? He looks confused, guys. Nice, good. Okay, careful. Oh, yeah. Oh, careful! Oh, I'm scared for him. Ooh. Don't smash it. What are you doing? Okay. Okay. You're fine.
No bashing.
He's fucked. He didn't find a...
Game is frozen LUL. Options for ads. Options.
You're not getting it.
Video settings.
I have the
render
this on
distance. 20 chunk slider.
I keep looking at my position. I keep looking. And it doesn't even come within a 20 chunk radius.
Options.
If there ever was a dead seed,
It's dead. This run is dead.
You have time. Do I though? If the bastion pops up, it probably will take me 2 minutes to get there. Because I have it on 20 in this fucking nether.
So IGG's 12 minutes, he's supposed to be leaving the nether or trading with piglins by now.
Options. Options.
Maybe the border or something coming up.
Wait, is this run dead?
Game
is it actually dead?
LUL. Options.
Now we have something over there.
Options.
So now the
FOV
clock starts.
93
20
slider.
chunks to this bastion that's over there. Yeah, fucking right, man. Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, this is impossible.
This is a dead one.
It's impossible.
Banning Vatikus. Generating God Seed. Give feedback.
Dead run.
Generating
indeed.
God Seed.
That was
Generated
a
Dream
crazy...
Seed.
Final Fantasy VII New Threat. Mod, uncut, full playthrough. It's a completely new game. 8 months ago.
Yeah, the joy.
Oh my god, Caleb, it's the Sega playing Controller Crusher guy.
Okay. That did no damage. Shock. This. Yeah, I kind of pretty hard. Okay. Corny. Okay.
No, what I'm looking for.
Here we go. Yeah, there's no remake down here. It should say remaster. Mastered. Original gets.
Oh my god.
Gets.
I feel like I don't mind them modding some of these older games, but I don't know how I feel about like adding like 3D rendered
Strength boost.
shit into it or whatever.
This is completely new to me. All right. So, the cloud model is here and animating ever so slightly. You might notice that he does have a breathing animation. The running animation has been adjusted. I think I can actually walk still if I hold down a button. I think it looks. I should have a.
Not sure how I'm feeling about that one, Chief.
This does a lot. A big weird thing about Final Fantasy VII is the fact that the PC version had a frame limiter on it. You could only play the PC version at like a shitty like 15 to 20 FPS. It was rough. So the menus ran at like 15, even though the console version, the PlayStation version, the menus ran at 60. That's why doing the friggin' the Coliseum battles was always a pain in the ass on the PC version, because the PC version was running at friggin' 15 FPS. It was a pain in the neck, dude. This version asks that when you run, it happens or all the.
I never played the PC version. I know I did.
That is very close to the ground. I'm about to die
Okay.
again. I'm about to die for the first time. Oh crap.
FF5-like game. Super autistic, extremely difficult. Why do they always cannon rush?
Agriva, what are you doing?
Protoss.
Agriva, what are you doing?
Protoss.
True though. Explain the joke? Nah, you wouldn't get it.
Acts as an introduction to the many people who missed out on Nier, the way to cure her, and on the way.
I don't think I want to play Satisfactory. I'm good, okay?
In style.
Oh, they have trains now?
What's your name?
My name is Ella.
Ella, where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Seattle, Washington.
Seattle, Washington. How old are you?
I'm 40.
40? Good. What do you do for a living?
Relationship now.
Whoops.
Fine. Okay. Ella, you said Seattle, Washington?
Yes.
Seattle, Washington. 40, you have any kids?
I have 2.
2 kids. How old are your children?
23 and one will be 18 on Christmas.
Okay, same man?
No.
No. Have you ever been married?
Yes.
Okay, when did you get divorced?
September 15th. It was finalized.
Oh, this year?
Yes.
You just got divorced like a month ago.
I've been waiting to get on the show. You said got to be single, so hurried up and got that.
Are you already ready, girl? You've been divorced for a month and said it's time for the next one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I've actually been dating. We've been separated for over 3 years.
Okay.
About 4 years.
We're nosy. You don't have to answer, but do you want to share why you got divorced?
It was an abusive relationship, and then he turned into a meth addict. And I mean, it wasn't his. I don't believe that it was his fault that he turned into a meth addict. He was trying to self-soothe, I guess, because our daughter died, and he couldn't do it.
Jesus Christ! This lady's got a fucking heavy ass life.
Her died?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear what happened to your daughter.
She was run over by the electric company and then overdosed at the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So you had 3 children initially?
Correct.
Okay, sorry to hear that. And then the death of your child just kind of took you guys apart?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard about when parents deal with the passing of a child, it's hard for them to stay married together. That's sad.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. So this is Ella. When's your birthday or zodiac sign?
November 25th, and I'm a Sagittarius.
Sagittarius. All right. So this is Ella, Seattle, Washington. She's 40. She's a blogger. 2 children. She's a Sagittarius. Was once married. What kind of man you looking for, honey?
Okay, I got a long list.
You have a long list.
A long list. I wrote it down. So he must believe in higher power. He doesn't have to be like Christian or anything, but he definitely has to believe in a higher power. He can't be an atheist. So it must be spiritual.
That's fair.
He needs to enjoy outdoor activities. He must be calm, dominant, respectful. Financially secure, loyal, responsible, honest, kind, authentic, thoughtful, a good communicator, athletic, health conscious, tall. I'm not finished. Affectionate, emotionally available. He must be a gentleman, hygienic, has nice teeth, well dressed, old fashioned, patient, dressed sophisticatedly, not skinny. If he is under 40, he must be above 6 feet tall. And if he is over 40, he must be above 5'9".
What?
Okay, explain to me the age requirements based on height.
Because so I'm 40 years old, and I do sometimes date guys that are like, guys try to date me that are like in their 20s and sometimes 30s. And I noticed that it's easier for me to date a guy that is over 30 if he is taller, because I don't know, I guess I equate that to him being like more of a man. If he's, I don't know, it's kind of an issue of mine. But
Why guys over 40 can be 5'9" though? I'm so. If she would have just said only 6 feet tall, okay, but over 40 they can be shorter? I'm so confused.
I have it.
Wait, key force alert.
Zoomer Slowlolilo leveled up. Bastion of Sebastian. Bat chest.
Wait, did we already watch this clip? Oh, no, he said.
Zoomer Slowlolilo. When Nub plays.
That wasn't that. That was just a death.
And then if he's older, he could be shorter?
Yeah, but he still has to be above 5'9".
Oh, okay. Are all these non-negotiable requirements on your list?
Majority of them are, yes.
What's negotiable?
What's negotiable? If he has facial hair. I didn't even say that. I love facial hair. I also like dark-skinned guys, so that is negotiable. I date all nationalities, so but I do prefer a black man, so that's negotiable. However, he can't be like super white, and by super white, I mean like culturally as well as his appearance. Like, he has to be under 10, so I can't have like an Irish dude that's just like hella pale. No, thank you. Yeah, so that, yeah.
He has to be, I think you mentioned athletic, so he has to be athletic.
Yes, and so that's with age range too. So I like guys that are bigger. He can't be skinny. So skinny is definitely a non-negotiable. Like, I can't do a really skinny guy. That is for another reason. But yeah, I don't like really skinny guys. So, and I think that has to do with, like, he seems like not really a grown man if he's really skinny. That too. So, yeah.
Now, what are your deal breakers? I'm assuming you wrote that down.
I did. Okay, so one deal breaker that I have is that I do not want to date a guy that treats women that he's newly dating based off of his previous relationships. So I've dated guys that are like, oh, I used to give, girlfriends a credit card when they go out of town or something, and then you're like, you're going out of town, where's my credit card? And he's like, oh, I don't do that anymore because, like, the last chick kept my credit card when we broke up, and she
What
was
the
like
fuck?
booking hotels or something, stuff like that. I'm not okay with you telling me, things that, you do in the beginning of the relationship and then tell me, oh, you're not going to do that for me because it went poorly in the relationship previously. That's not okay.
So nobody that's going to use his past experience to negate how he moves forward in his current experience?
Exactly.
But don't we all do that though?
Yes, we do kind of. But like I said, this guy literally did these things as a selling point. Like, he's told all these things that he's done as like, this is why you should be with me. But then when it comes to like, okay, well, yay, we're in this relationship now. He's like, oh yeah, I'm not doing that because this happened in that relationship, and I'm not doing that.
I got it. So what's some other deal breakers?
I don't want a liar. I can't have a lazy guy. He has to be hygienic. Like I can't have him stinking. And not a cheater. So, and the thing is about it though, I'm not gonna say that this guy has to be extremely exclusive to me, but I definitely have to feel like I'm the most important person in your life.
So you're open to him having other women as long as you're the main girl?
No, I need to feel like I'm the most important person in your life. So if you can accomplish seeing other people while still making it so, I feel like I'm the most important person in your life, then yeah, how about it?
Most important person as in the females he's dating, or just overall?
Overall, the most important person in your life.
What is this? What is this person's life? So she's looking to be juggled by a high-value man. That's what she wants. But she wants to be the biggest ball. Jesus.
What if he has children?
Yeah, I would prefer him not to have children.
Oh, what's the age range you want to date?
I'm gonna say 30 to up, as long as he can get up and walk and athletic.
But you have 2 kids, so he can't have kids?
If they're grown, like my kids are grown.
Okay, your kids are grown, so if he has grown kids,
that's fine.
Okay, now back to my original question.
He still needs to make me feel like I'm the most important person in his life.
So you want to feel more important than his own children?
Yes.
Would he be more important than your children?
No. But I'm going to make him feel like he is.
Girl, now look. I'm going to allow you to speak.
These have to be plants, right? These have to be plants. I can't believe this. Jesus Christ.
And put out there in the universe, but that's a crazy as hell request to say that a man needs to make you feel more important than the people he brought into this planet. And you just said yourself he would not be more important than your children. Right. So you don't think that's kind of crazy to say I need to be?
See, this is what you're not listening, because I didn't say I have to be more important. I said he needs to make me feel.
But like, why do you have to feel more important than his own children?
I
his mama. So you gotta be more important. So you gotta be more important than his mama too.
I just don't want his mama or his children to be an issue in our relationship. That's what I mean by that.
He's just meeting you. This man, you about to meet him for the first time. Whenever you meet him, these people been with him his whole entire life, and you need to jump the line before his mama and his kids as an importance in his life.
If we're in a relationship together, you separate yourself from your previous relationships, and we are one, and that's what
I want. Who got the divorce in your last relationship? You or your husband?
I
did.
Why did you want a divorce?
He was a meth addict.
Tell me again.
He was addicted to meth.
Oh, okay. He was on something.
That's a good reason to divorce.
Ooh, okay, let's keep going, Ella Child. So, you said, tell me the age range one more time that you would date. You're 40.
30 and above.
30 and above. All right. So this is Ella, Seattle, Washington, 40, Sagittarius, a blogger. She's going to keep that a secret. 2 grown children. All right. Does he have to look? You told me this week over. Does he have to look a certain way?
Yes, he has to be attractive and presentable and not skinny.
Not skinny. Does he have to make a certain amount of money?
Yes. Over 6 figures.
Over 6 figures? That's a millionaire.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, so are you saying he has to be a millionaire, or are you saying he has to be high 6 figures?
High 6 figures, yes.
What's the lowest 6 figures you would date?
300,000.
300,000. So I'm assuming you normally date men in this category.
No,
yes.
No,
so
no,
what's
you
going
don't.
on with them?
No, you do not.
I haven't settled for anyone.
No, you do not. You do not. You're lying. You're a liar.
What's been the issue?
You might fuck some guys that make that much money. No shot are any of them dating you. No offense.
They are not meeting all my requirements.
Okay. So Ella, you're fine. Like if you don't find a guy to fit everything, you'll be okay with being by yourself. It sounds like.
Yes. I have so many vibrators.
Say again?
I have lots of toys.
You have lots of toys. Okay, so you're willing to either you get what you desire or you'll stick with your toys and find happiness that way.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fair. All right, let's do the Kendra cam, baby. We gotta see your full body.
Jesus, she boobing.
I don't know if you can see me.
Okay, yeah, I can tell you're thin.
Yeah.
Okay.
No offense, not to sound shitty. I don't know if this is she's just like a woman's perspective, but like, I'm trying not to sound mean. Given everything this woman is listed, she could have like a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 body, and I'm not sure if it would matter that much. I don't think. I don't know if that would be the saving grace here for the list of qualifications of men she's given.
So Ella, when was your last relationship? I know you just got a divorce, but you said you've been dating, right?
Yes. My last relationship was about, I think it ended in March.
End of March. Okay. You don't have to answer, but when's the last time you was intimate with someone?
I am not going to answer that.
Ooh.
Okay. They want me to ask you, why would so you wouldn't date anybody that made less than 300,000? So if a guy made 200K, Ella?
Oh, the guy messaged her. She found.
Ella, are you still there?
She found him.
I'm not sure. She went away. Onyx Monopoly. Hey, Onyx. Onyx paid $200, so I'm gonna read what Onyx says. I have learned is many of us will die alone, shallow. I met some amazing gentlemen, all shapes, sizes, ethnicities over the past few months, and I no longer care about height and weight. We can lose weight laying down. Height is irrelevant. An ugly heart, spirit, and soul is dead. Hey, Onyx Boo. Let me say this. This is why I always ask this question. If you don't get what you want, are you okay with being by yourself? And once you tell me you're okay, Ella's back. I think you're back. You back, Ella? What happened?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry.
What happened?
My
The
phone
screen
was ringing.
Huh? Oh, your phone
My
was
phone
ringing.
was ringing. Yes.
Okay, so did you hear what Onyx said? Do you want me to read it again?
Oh no, but yes, please read it again.
Okay, so Onyx says she paid $200 to make this remark. I have learned that many of us will die alone being shallow. I met some amazing gentlemen, all shapes, sizes, ethnicities over the past few months, and I no longer care about height and weight. We can lose weight lying down. Height is irrelevant. An ugly heart, spirit is dead. Do you want to respond to that?
No, I agree 100%. I mean, to each his own.
Do you think you're shallow?
No.
Why not?
I think a lot of people want what they want, and when we figure out what we want, we should stick to it. We shouldn't lower our standards because we haven't found what we want yet. Just keep looking.
So what does lowering your standards mean? So like if a guy if he treated you well, but wasn't your height requirement, to you that would be lowering your standards?
Well, it kind of depends on what it is my height requirement, because like if I'm allowing this guy to be in my life to treat me well, then obviously there must be something about him. So I wouldn't be lowering my standards because something about him made him not matter if he's in my life to treat me well. But
okay. All right, so you have your right to your salary preference, but do you care to say why you wouldn't date a guy that made 200K?
Well, it depends on where he lives. Like I live in Seattle and I travel to like Hawaii a lot. So in those places,
oh, hold on. Things might make a little bit more sense. Does she come from a rich background? Because then I understand a little more. She looks good for 40, right? That's a mean statement, but she does look good for being 40 years old. But now if she's saying like she lives in Seattle and she travels to Hawaii frequently, now it sounds like she's like a rich kid. But her background doesn't look very nice. The fucking default apartment blinds. Like
100K is like barely.
She got money from her kid dying? Oh, maybe.
Anything.
So when you got divorced, I'm assuming y'all were separated, right? How long were y'all separated for?
We were separated for 3 years.
For 3 years. Okay.
Almost 4 actually.
I'm trying to think of our last question. You said
maybe she's not. Now I'm trying to hold on. Now I'm trying to make me second guess myself. Does she look good for 40? I feel like she does. I feel like she looks fine for 40.
Your last relationship was March. Okay. So yeah, Ella, why do you think you're single?
Because I'm super particular.
You know that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So you enjoy you enjoy alone time.
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
And I also enjoy being pursued, and I'm pursued a lot.
Okay, you're pursued a lot. So why don't you settle, or not? I don't want to use the word settle. I hate that word. But if you're pursued a lot, why aren't those things leading to anything long term if that's what you desire?
Because they're not what I desire. None of those people are what I desire.
So the people that you desire, are they trying to pursue you?
I haven't met any that I desire yet. Like I said, I have a long list.
Right.
And so once I get, you have to check off the list while you're dating people. You check off the qualities that they have. Like, I don't know how respectful this guy is when I meet him. I don't know how loyal he is when I meet him. I don't know how responsible or honest or kind or authentic he is when I first meet him. So it's going to actually take me to get to know this person, to know these things about him. So for the people who says that I'm shallow or whatever, I forgot what they said I was, but yeah, most of these things you actually, for him to be a good communicator, I actually have to communicate with him to know these things.
Jesus.
So,
okay. Listen, I already know how my page is and my followers. So there's two questions I want to ask you, and you might not even care to even answer these questions, but I would like to get your opinion. Salary. I feel like a lot of people are going to say that you don't deserve a man that makes that type of money, that type of man that makes $300,000 or more is not going to wife you up or settle down with you for whatever reason. Do you want to respond to that comment that will be said? I'm sure of it.
To me, that's just hilarious. For someone to say what I don't deserve, it's like, go fuck yourself. Pretty much.
Okay. And then another comment, I'm quite sure people are going to say that your list is unrealistic and there's too many things up there for you to find that person. Do you care to respond to that comment that will be said?
Whoever says that, they can go and settle for whatever, and that's why they probably end up with a trash person or be treated poorly in their relationship. I mean, the thing is, to each their own. If you want to settle for whatever's on your list, if you want to have two things on your list and go with whatever dude, just be a pick-me, whatever. I'm not a pick-me.
Ooh.
I pick what I want, and if you're not what I want, then why would I waste my time? It's like, what?
So you
true. Okay. If I hit a 920, she's gonna find true love. Okay. I'm trying for this lady right now. Okay. 920 for her to find true love. 1 second. Oh, sorry, lady.
So your vibrator, a battery is better than a human being that might not have everything on it?
No, I feel like my vibrator is better than a hostile guy that is too lax. He can't be a leader. He's irresponsible, unrespectful, unloyal, dishonest, unkind, inauthentic. I that's what I think my vibrator is. If he's not meeting most of these criteria, yes, I think my vibrator is way better than that. And I also have a cuddle pillow.
A cuddle pillow?
Pillow, yes.
But what if something, God forbid, what if something happens and you need a human being to help you with something? Do you think about that at times or no?
No, I do, but like, I just don't feel like,
because I mean, real quick, because when you bring up vibrator, you're pretty much demoting a man to a sexual activity. Like you're just kind of. But let me finish. You're just kind of saying, I have either I'm gonna use my vibrator or I'm gonna get my list. But only thing that the vibrator can offer you is sexual pleasure. It can't be there when you have a bad day. It can't be there when you're sick. It can't be there if God forbid something happens to you and somebody got to make a phone call for someone to come caress you and make you feel better. So, it's like you're just comparing a male to the sexual activity opposed to everything else a man can bring into your world.
Right, but if the guy is disrespectful, if he is dishonest, a bad communicator, if he is unhealthy or inaffectionate or emotionally available, I mean, yes, I would prefer to have my vibrator. See, it's like these are things that I need. I don't want a stinky guy laying in a bed with me if he's unhygienic.
So to be clear, a man for you can only please you sexually?
No, that's why good communicator, it's not just pleasing me sexually. If he is kind and authentic and loyal, that's not just pleasing me sexually. But
do you understand what I'm guess I'm trying to get you to understand what I'm saying, because you're saying either the list or a vibrator. You're not
right. So my point is, the things that are on my list aren't just things that help me sexually. But what I'm saying is, if these things that are on my list, if I can't get that, if I can't get these things, like these are very important things that I need. It's not like I'm asking for him to be a trillionaire or fly me to London to go get dinner or something. I'm asking for him to be financially secure, respectful, honest, kind,
well, no, you're
authentic,
asking for him to make thoughtful. You're asking for him to make over $300,000, which
that is okay. How many? There's a lot of people out there to make over $300,000. Kendra.
No, there's not.
Lots of them.
I mean, listen, I live in a world where that is true. I mean, but
I think 300K on national level is putting you in the top 1% of earners, I believe.
I will say a lot of the men that do make that amount of money and more, well, you already did mention you don't have to be the only woman. You say you're just going to feel like the most important woman. So you're open to him having other women.
Like I said, as long as I feel like the most important woman in his life. As long as I feel like the most important person. If he can.
No, I'm asking this question clearly. Could he have other sexual partners as he's dating you or being with you?
I'm going to say no, because I don't want to know about it. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to know it exists. I need to feel like I'm the most important person in his life.
So you want to be in a
I do know that most guys.
So you'll be okay with being in a relationship delusional? Like you'll be okay with being with a man?
Well, it's not delusional.
It is delusional because you're saying you don't want to know the truth. You're saying as long as I don't know about it, it's okay. That's what you're telling me. Because I'm asking you the question clearly, and you said you got to feel like the most important person. So It's kind of contradicting. So like you're saying, as long as I don't know about it.
I'm saying if he's good enough to make me feel like if he's sneaky enough to have his little side piece and he's still making me feel like I'm the most important person in the world, and I never see him texting anybody or calling anybody. If he's that sneaky, heck yeah, have your side chick. If you can do that, then do it.
Why would a guy be lucky to be with you, Ella?
Because I'm traditional, I'm loyal, I'm playful, I'm a great cook, I clean, I take care of my man, I'm honest, I am adaptable, I am thoughtful, and I am nurturing.
Okay. This is Ella, Seattle, Washington. He doesn't have to be in Seattle, Washington, right?
No.
Okay. You said you're open to all races, correct?
Correct.
All right. She's a blogger. She won't share the blog with us. She has children. I'm assuming you're done with that, or do you want more kids?
I do not want more kids.
Okay. Strong 300K or more policy, correct?
Correct.
All right. And all right, let's do it, Ella. This is Ella. How do you want the guy to reach out to you? Oh, she'll date 30 and above. How do you want the guy to reach out to you?
You can reach me on Instagram, and that is ms_priss360.
Let's do it again. So spell it slowly.
ms_priss. I think it's 808.
You don't know your Instagram page?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 808.
Let's be clear. So,
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 808. It's ms_priss 808.
All right, let me check real quick to see.
Yes, please. Yes, it is Miss Priss 808. I'm getting a bunch of new followers right now.
All right, Prissy. Oh, so the SS 808.
ms_priss 808.
I mean, I'd say she looks good, but oh my god, that's a lot of makeup. Whew. I don't even know if there's a human being underneath that. Someone is trying to hack into my account. Don't give any information to anyone claiming to be me. Jesus. This is a better picture. She looks angry here. My God. She's looking for that $300,000 man.
Yep, Ella Smith.
Yep, that's me.
Okay, so it's MS_PRISS808. Ella, girl, you know, we're going to agree to disagree, but it's your life. And that's the great thing about it. Any decision that you make is not going to affect me. It's going to affect you. And the one thing that you said is you will have a vibrator before you don't have what's on your list. And that is your life. And you have the right to say that and accept whatever comes with it. Well, but I would like for you to keep me posted and let me know if the man on that.
Crafting. Crafting. Zoomer slow. Zoomer slow. Rage quit like a soy. Banning. Generate. Crafting.
Tier 4 sub, AO Vortex, thanks. A good autism game with problem solving and automation through macros. What? Fuck, I'm bored. Who I don't have any fucking friends in this fucking city to go out with. Where's Seiko at? Is he in Miami right now? Play Hogwarts? The Hogwarts shit looks bored. Play piano? There you go. Looks sick. Who joined?
Baby, what's up?
What's up, babe?
Hey, real quick, I just caught up on your the Hunter Biden shit.
Cool.
Yeah, what'd you think of that? What were your final thoughts on how that conversation went? Because I was really frustrated.
I was pretty disappointed. I mean, I felt I did pretty well, but it was pretty amazing.
Yeah, no, I think you did very well, but the big one, kind of going in reverse order, just want to make some observations here and then I'll fuck off, but not believe. I mean, I didn't think about it either, but it sounds like none of them reached out to any of the FBI agents or any of the witnesses for like a comment or follow-up, and then at the very end, one of the guys was like, you know what, that might have been a good idea. After pushing back on it.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that one, to be honest. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that. That's, if it was 2016, that neither of those guys would have wanted to talk to me ever again.
Yeah, well, no,
that's an unfathomable thing to say. Do you understand that, right?
100%. Like, it never even. Okay, so this is how, I guess, how stupid I am. I just assumed that Taibbi, Weiss, and others did reach out to the FBI and were just told to fuck off by the FBI. That's why we never got like any comment from them. But
I assume they didn't because they never, in any of the things, because typically if a journalist does that, they'll write down. No comment. Yeah, they'll say reached out to him, they didn't respond.
True. I cannot believe, like, if for the David Zweig guy finally bit the bullet and was like, you know what, if I could go back and do things differently, I probably. But they never, typically they either don't reach back out or they say no comment. But you know what, it would have probably made things better if I'd have reached out and done that. But Woodhouse, like just resisted, like he thought it was just absolutely far-fetched. We have the raw data. We have the emails. Why on earth would we reach out to the FBI so they could put their spin on it?
Yeah, it was just amazing. It was just I can't. I just don't know. I can't even believe you would. Yeah, it's
like that. If anybody's paying attention to that conversation you had, that should be national news. You know what I'm saying? Oh, guy adjacent. Wait, sxWEk was a Twitter Files writer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the other guy is Schellenberger's
friend, associate, or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
That should be headline news. That clip should be on MSNBC and CNN. Like Twitter Files journalist comes up with innovative journalist strategy of
not confirming
comment.
or verifying anything with anybody about anything. Like, yeah.
I can't believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 2 other things just to keep in your back pocket, because apparently you're having another conversation about this in Austin.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay, and I will send you the links, and I will send you the screenshots, so check your DMs. But now going in chronological order, Woodhouse was like, when he was making his narrative that the FBI was poisoning the well to Twitter, that, hey, they had possession of the Hunter Biden laptop, and he says, unless the right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing, they knew that the laptop was real, they investigated the laptop, and then they spread this, this rumor of Russian disinformation. But here's the thing, Elvis Chan, who was the primary FBI liaison to Twitter and Facebook and all these groups, he did say, under oath, and I'll send you the link, he had no fucking clue that the FBI had the laptop. He didn't work on it. It's a huge organization, like 10,000 employees.
That would have been really good to know. I'd heard back different things about that, but I wasn't sure 100% where the actual, where we were on that. So you're saying that the guy that was the liaison between Twitter and the FBI didn't actually know 100% about the...
Correct.
Oh.
He was asked, he said, okay, so were you aware, I'm reading verbatim, were you aware in 2020 that the FBI had Hunter Biden's laptop in its possession? Elvis Chan's attorney goes, objection lacks foundation. But then the guy asks again, did you know it at the time? And Elvis Chan says, I was only aware when the news media outlets posted it or published it. And then he goes on to say that Hunter Biden was never referred to by name in any of the conversations in which he was in, because he had no idea that the FBI had a copy of the laptop. And to your point, I don't even know if it is the laptop or if it was just a copy. It had to be a copy of the hard drive because the laptop repair guy still had one to turn over to Giuliani.
Yes, because he made a copy of it before, which is kind of weird in of itself, but whatever.
Right. So I'll send you the link on that.
I think one of the most bad faith, like one of the most easiest tests for like bad faith is like, because, and I'll be clear, I am saying this, it does seem to be that the laptop is real and everything relating to the laptop is real, right?
Sure.
But you got to admit, that's a sensational story. Like, that sounds not real. It sounds super fake, right? Like, Hunter Biden dropped off a laptop and forgot it at a computer repair store with a guy who is blind and can't see well.
And a Trump supporter.
Yeah, and a Trump supporter who shipped it. That's an unbelievable story. Now, it's real, and sometimes, like, really rare stuff does happen. But for somebody to look at that and be like, oh, no, that's, like, totally believable, 100%, of course. Why would you even think that? Like, come on, bro. Are you fucking serious? That's a fantastic story, you know?
Well, I'll also send you another link. So the guy, the repair guy, John Paul Mac Isaac, he's got like 17 first names. He's actually gone on the record where he's like, the reporting surrounding the laptop, he said, is freaking him out because there's information and images attributed to what he sees on the hard drive. He says that's disinformation and misinformation. He's kind of vague as to what it is, but even he is calling into question the veracity of like information that's associated with the Hunter Biden laptop. And that's the guy who apparently has the fucking laptop. You know what I mean? Like, not only does it sound far-fetched, but in terms of the reporting surrounding it, even the key witness is like, yeah, some of this is sketch that people are saying is part of this. And the New York Post themselves, the reason they hesitated to report, the guy who wrote the fucking article
didn't even put his name on it?
Yes. Anyway. So yeah, I'm preaching the choir there. Was the case that
did Giuliani shop around for that? I remember reading it, but I couldn't find it. That he was trying to get this published with other outlets and like they wouldn't.
Yeah, Fox News told him to fuck off because because they couldn't verify the authenticity of the contents, and apparently like the New York Times and the Washington Post, they were
Steven,
like,
what?
Did you tell people you wanted to play League right now?
No. Stop. My whole fan base is going to fucking revolt.
Oh.
I hear. Speaking of playing games, aren't you still playing Factorio?
No, I'm finished Factorio.
Okay. Okay. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up to your attention was, the guy up in the right hand corner again. I think Woodhouse was his name. He was comparing, like he did a whataboutism or like a false equivalence between 2016 Russian disinformation with something about the DoD running propaganda about the war in Yemen.
Oh yeah, I don't know anything about that. Yeah.
Well, I don't know anything about it either, but it's just like, even if what he says is taken at face value, surely he understands the substantive difference between, of course,
our DoD doing propaganda for the United States versus a foreign entity coming in. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Right. And not only just propaganda, but the purpose of the propaganda. The DoD wasn't trying to weigh in on a presidential election, right?
Mm-hmm.
Russia was trying to install their preferred candidate as our commander-in-chief, the most powerful man in the world. Like, that is infinitely worse.
Sure.
Anyway. I'll send you links on all of that. And then is the Austin thing, is that just, are you debating Jack Posobiec?
Am I debating? I think I'm on a panel with him, yeah. So we're probably going to be debating, yeah.
Okay. And it's just a one-day thing on that Saturday?
I think so, yeah. I don't know. It's all listed on the fucking, on that website. Check it out.
Okay. Well, I will probably fly down and attend that. And I think Luke Beasley, the guy you talked to, who's the David Pakman correspondent, he's based out of Austin too. So let's see if he'll go as well, and maybe we'll link up while we're there. But good showing, man.
Thanks.
I'll send you the links and everything.
Have fun. Be careful, buddy.
All right. See you, buddy.
This is it. Hold on. For some time. You fucking loser. He's already dead. He got killed by a gas with full gold bastion at 7 minutes. Rip. Jesus.
Are you ready? What's your name again? All right. Are you ready? What's your name again? All right.
Jesus. Soak dishes, yes or no? You don't really need to. I guess you could. Here's the... Let me cut through the noise and give you the only correct take on this, okay? Let me cut through the noise and give you the only correct take on this. Soaking dishes is fine. The reason why people don't like dish soakers is because you guys will soak the dishes for 2 weeks. That's the issue. That's the problem. If you want to leave them in there for a couple hours or whatever to let them do their thing, that's fine. But when you soak the dishes and you leave them in there overnight and then overnight and then overnight and then overnight, not good.
Throwing, they say.
Hello, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Wait, I can't hear you if you're talking. I still can't hear you. Oh. Huh. Hello. Still can't hear you. Is like the mute button on your microphone pushed maybe or something, or? Hmm. Hello, hello. The mystery of the not working microphone. Maybe check, I don't know, Discord settings or mic settings or... Wait, let me go into other rooms to make sure I can hear people. Hold on.
Sometimes I'll look at my retirement account and be like, wow, it's amazing that I have a retirement account. Wow, it's amazing that like X amount of money's in there. And then I think about what it means to be retired, and I'm like, okay, so this is gonna last like less than
I
a
also
year.
don't know that I'll ever, like, I would love to be in a consultant role or something else to just do consulting or lectures. I don't know that I'd ever fully retire.
Well, I'd
But
love to retire. I just want to make my wife meals and garden.
There should be like a bot. Oh, Cake, you should program this. There should be a bot where when I join a Discord room, anybody that auto joins right afterwards gets like a 3-day ban from the Discord. Oh, that would be a sick bot. Okay, my shit works fine. I just can't hear you. I don't know why.
Oh, how about now?
Wait, now I can hear you. Yeah, what's up?
Oh yeah. Hey, Destiny. Long time no see. How was the debate?
It went okay. All right, give me information. I'm super bored. I'm about to fucking go out to eat or something. Okay, what do you got for me?
Oh yeah. So did they read anything about Ukraine except for the fact that Burisma is Ukrainian? Like all those like Republican people who were debating?
They were independent journalists. That's all I can say. They did like Twitter file stuff, but no, not much about Ukraine.
No, yeah. I'm just like when you were talking about Hunter Biden and stuff, I really remembered how like so many people actually like bring up Ukraine and link it to like Hunter Biden stuff when like Hunter Biden stuff happened under like previous president. It doesn't even have anything to do with like Zelensky or anything, but like I'm just see so many Republicans, especially like MAGA, bring up stuff like they try to link like modern Ukrainian government to like those periods, you know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this was back in like 2014 for the Burisma stuff or whatever, right?
But so do they still do that? Do they still kind of try to link Zelensky to this as well? Or?
I have no idea. I haven't talked to anybody recently about it.
So, okay, but so they didn't really bring that much of Ukrainian stuff except for just Burisma myself, right?
Yeah, we didn't even really get into that at all, so yeah.
Yeah, because like, I mean, I think a very important note to understand for people like that who try to link Ukraine to that is because like Mykola Zlochevsky, like the founder, he was like, he's a Yanukovych guy. And he actually like, the Burisma and all this stuff, he became like rich and like instated like this Burisma stuff during like the Yanukovych times, because like Yanukovych put him in power as like the 12th Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources. So just I just want like people to understand, like especially those people who try to link Zelensky or whatever or modern Ukraine to that stuff, because like this guy is like a pure Yanukovych guy, like the Mykola Zlochevsky who owns this stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if it comes up in the future, I'll shoot you a DM if I have questions or whatever. If we get into a specific debate about Burisma,
Yeah, and one more thing. As I was talking about Yanukovych, I just remembered, I've seen a recent clip of like Fuentes talking about you, about this debate on Ukraine that you did long ago. Like this clip that I posted on my Twitter. Can you watch it and react to it?
Sure, hold on one second.
Anyway, so the most offensive thing about the debate was just like his confidence going in, like, so I think, what is his name again? Yanukovych? Yeah. So he's like a total freaking asshole. And basically, like, Ukraine voted to, like, be America's slave, and that's their right. Anyway.
Well, I don't even know what about. What am I supposed to say?
No, I'm just like, I just remembered about Yanukovych, and I'm just wondering, like, I know you said that only lunatics debated, but do you think there ever gonna happen another debate between you and Fuentes?
On Ukraine? Probably not. But the only people left debating the Ukraine stuff are like insane tankies. So like Jackson Hinkle or Infrared or that Coach Red Pill guy. But these guys like fucking live in other realities. Like they're almost not even worth responding
This is actually funny you mentioned Hinkle, because like recently Ukrainians discovered Hinkle, and that was like, yeah, not very happy about him. I think, yeah, but like, do you think if you're ever gonna debate him, would it be possible for me to also participate in that debate?
Maybe I might be able to ask him. Yeah. Or if you look up, like, or if you want to do a debate, that Ryan Dawson guy on Twitter is really hungry for any type of engagement. That guy might do it too. I don't know anything about his position on it, but I guarantee you he's anti-Ukraine. I'm sure he is. He absolutely is.
Who is Ryan? Whom?
Ryan Dawson. He believes in basically every conspiracy theory ever known to mankind. Syria was innocent. Russia's probably innocent. Ukraine is evil. U.S. is evil. Anti-NATO. Everything like that. That my guess is he's probably anti-Ukraine. But maybe not. Maybe that's
like,
not fair.
Is he like new up and coming guy who's like, why did you mention him?
No, he's been a well-known guy on the internet for quite a while that does like these conspiracy type things.
Yeah, because why I bring up also Fuentes, I've seen one of your call-ins like a week ago. A guy said something like, are we ever gonna debate Fuentes? And you said like, like we as like Latino brothers, someday we're gonna like meet again. So do you think it's like, do you think it's still hardly a possibility that you're gonna ever debate Ukraine again with him?
I mean, I have no idea. Maybe, I'm just not sure. It depends if it comes up. Maybe, yeah.
Because like I've seen like seems like those lunatics are talking about Ukraine again. So I think it might be the possibility.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, and also if there's any like groypers in the comment section or like watching it, like pass my words to Fuentes, because I'm really down to debate him. Like, come on, like I'm a guy who was born in Crimea, who's also pro-Ukrainian, and I really want to ask Fuentes, especially I'm curious about how his Christian doctrine aligns with the fact that he's laughing from like people dying in Ukraine. I'm really curious about that.
Yeah, I mean, tweet out at him, see if you can bully him into debating you, yeah.
Yeah, man, yeah, so if anything, would you be able to like put my Twitter link in the comment section in the chat? So that people will know. Yeah, so if anything, my DMs are open if anybody wants to, right? Especially Fuentes. It's open. Yeah, thank you for attention, Destiny. Have a nice day.
Yeah, no problem. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye. All right. I'm gonna go fucking just jerk off for 7 hours. I don't know what I want to do. Damn, I'm fucking bored today. I don't know what I want to do. I might come back tonight. Have fun. We're gonna capture by. Wait, what? You probably think you have good intuition on probability, right? I bet a 1 week ban, you can't even simulate a sequence of coin flips well, as in it probably won't resemble your results. Open Notepad and pretend you flipped a coin 30 times. Write H for heads and T for tails. Then go on here and see how yours compares. What? You just want me to write... He's been posting this for weeks. What am I supposed to do? Just write... Can you generate something that looks random? I don't fucking know. Does it have to be perfectly 50-50? Now what do I do? I don't know what I'm even supposed to do right now. Input number 30. Well, no, I mean, like, what does he want me to do compared to... Am I just supposed to look at them and see if it's close? Or what? I don't know what the fuck he wants me to do. Do you think you used the script? I don't... Okay, I'm too retarded to figure this out. I don't know what you mean, but you can't even simulate a sequence of coin flips well, as in they don't resemble real results. Open Notepad and pretend you flip a coin 30 times, then see how yours compares. I thought you were gonna have like a program for me to like enter it in and get like a probability of like what are the like. I don't know what you're. Okay, well now you saw them. I don't know if this compares or not. Okay. All right, I'll be back later. I think. Be careful. Oh wait, what is this?
You go on no jumper with Destiny if he asks you to.
Yeah.
That sounds insane. Destiny, please.
That'd be fun.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll be back later. Peace out.